How are we doing, folks? Good morning. Oh. Whoo, a Kid Omega split. Just a couple of resubs to start us off this morning. My Iron Lung. You're being solid here in Hoaglandia for the last 24 months. Pandasaurus, thanks for the over 3.5 years. Good morning, good morning. Alright, can I get a frosty background for the kid? Mastery. Narrator, I cannot. Is Token Tuesday deal still reasonable? The optimal thing to be spending your resources on in Marvel Snap, if you are a small spender or free-to-play player, are the gold bundles that have tokens and credits plus a Series 4 or 5 card that you are missing. Delicate Beast, thank you for being delicate here in Hoaglandia for the last 20 months. So they run bigger bundles a couple times per month that have Series 4 or 5 card variants plus currency in them. Those are the best things to spend your resources on. Your gold, if you have a limited amount of gold. Soyo Penguin, thank you for the 89-month resubscription. Glad to see I'm not the only one working on Christmas Eve. Yeah, we're gonna give for a little bit. Appreciate that. The Mark, thanks for marking your calendar to subscribe to Hoaglandia for the last 6 months. Welcome back. So my prediction that the content creator special would be out in full force, looking accurate. Aurora with Scarlet Spider is cute. That's an adorable inclusion. The green comment was from yesterday, Sarek. Someone wrote that. And for reference, the person who wrote that paragraph wasn't even the person I told you should subscribe before I give you advice on $100 bundles. It was they were getting upset on someone else's behalf, just like peak Marvel Snap Redditor. Hey, look, chat. The build of Thanos with no tech cards is better than the one with them. That's nice. You love to see it. Sample size a little bit smaller here, but within 40 games is like pretty close. I would group these in the same group. But yeah, this one is super sloppy, right? We've got Morbius, Shang-Chi, Stardust, Regard. This one's not even playing Wicked, right? Like, this is like a legitimately new build of Thanos with Aurora at the top end. It's gonna guess. I don't know that I buy Strange Supreme being good here. I guess he's an end of turn card, but he eats a lot of your stones that Aurora would be powering up anyways, right? That's a high win rate. No, it's a high win rate for a small sample size. Like, you gotta understand 100 games is not a real sample size. Well, that's the default deck. Yikes. SDM, thanks for dropping off almost 7 years of subscriptions. Welcome back. Nervin, thank you for the almost entire year. Appreciate the 11 months. This is definitely just somewhat booster farming. Strange Aurora feels similar to Strange Mockingbird, and that seems to work fine. I don't think that's true, right? Because, like, Mockingbird's a card where you play her out, and then you don't play Mockingbird on turn 6. Mockingbird is often like a turn 3, 4, 5 play. Whereas, like, Aurora is your final play. So, like, every Stone Strange Supreme gobbled up in the meantime in between time is relevant. And, like, take a look at this deck, too. Like, look at the cards it's actually playing. There really aren't that many on reveals in this deck, right? Like, if you don't have Stones for odd reveals, you only have Surge and Mr. Fantastic. So he's, like, pretty actively going to take a bunch of points off your board. Totodile, homie! Thanks for being Outlandians, homie, for the last 20 months. I appreciate the 3 months in advance. I plan to be here. Thanks for keeping me around. Alright, let's sort by game count. Oh, that's interesting. And this is someone saying 63%. That's a really high win rate. Okay, what's the difference between this build? All right, let's look here real quick. Thanos and Scarlet Spider. So what's the difference between these two? It's Ant-Man over Strange Supreme. So there's 2 possibilities here, chat. Either Strange Supreme, a card that you really need to play on like turn 2 or turn 3 in the 18 card deck, increases the win rate by 12%. Or these decks are actually dramatically similar, and the 100 games here just had a little bit better variance on the bell curve than these 200 over here have. So I think it's incredibly unlikely that a single card difference is going to make or break here for 12 points. And one thing, it's cause there's currently a $100 bundle that contains Strange Supreme, so when you buy it, you earn Brode's favor. That's it, chat. It's Big Brode rigging the system here before the holidays. I forgot that there's a $100 Strange bundle in the shop. You gotta, I mean, if you want 12 extra percentage points on your win rate, chat, you gotta buy it. You gotta buy it if you want 12 extra percentage points on your win rate. Data doesn't lie, chat. Liars love data. What do we got? Spider-Man Noir with some Iron Man and stuff. He's a weird one in here. 12,000 tokens, that's a lot. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're someone who spends this amount of money on Marvel stuff, I really can't emphasize enough that they really don't release bad, big cash bundles. Like, one way to think about this bundle is it's Strange Supreme plus 2 guaranteed Series 4 or 5 cards that you want. So it's like $30 a card. Or if you're gonna put this into stat packs, it's 3 regular stat packs, right? Plus there's some credits in here too for a card split. Like, it's not terrible if you're someone spending that kind of money on stat. Like, buying, if you're someone who's like a mid-sized spender who drops this kind of money occasionally, buying these types of bundles is dramatically better than buying 8,000 gold. And that's not particularly close. Have you played Borrow Wild Child? We've not played Borrow Wild Child yet. I actually thought Phantom X was releasing this week, so I was half waiting for that reason. But since we have another 6 days till Phantom X comes out, maybe we will this week. Pixie is cute. Top end for Wicked stuff. Yeah, I'd buy that for $1. It's a lot of odd reveals, I guess, but she's kind of just playing her as a 12 seems okay. How bad are the blink builds that we were poking at? Hey, this is the build that we play, but here's a blink build. It's a pretty all right win rate, a small sample. Happy to see the Doom 2099 decks being just okay. Hate that guy. Fuck that guy in particular. Here's a zoo build with Woggers. That's cute. Chamber stuff. This is one of those ones where, like, chamber stuff is good enough. I'm skeptical she's actually making this deck better. And all we're at the point where, like, the sample size is small enough that the list can be fun to look at, but you really shouldn't think much of the actual win rates that you see here. Sample sizes are all just way too small. All right, there was a list. Where was it? I liked, Jace had shared this list in the Discord server, and I liked the look of it. It was a Pixie list, yeah. What's your last card here? Oh, they had Galactus. I don't hate the look of this. Pixie Galactus seems like poor cube equity because it will show his opponent his cost. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Galactus inclusion. Agree with that. How do you get Weapon H, chat? Weapon H is currently in the seasonal snap packs. So you could open seasonal snap packs, or you could wait for him to show up. All Series 5 cards rotate through the, what's it called here? The daily cards. So you could either gamble for it inside of this pack for 5,000 tokens, or you could wait for it to show up here for 6,000 tokens. Galactus does get an end of turn trigger, is an end of turn card for Aurora, but it's pretty unlikely that you're going to have both. You're going to have Galactus out in this deck. How essential is Zombie Mr. Fantastic in Aurora decks? Probably not that much. He's just a lot of points with her, right? So he's Zombie Mr. Fantastic is 5 points on his own, and then Aurora gets him to 9 points. And typically, this deck actually doesn't have it, but a lot of these Aurora decks have like Sam Wilson in them or other things that Zombie Mr. Fantastic pumps up. What do we think of, speaking of, what do we think of Sam versus Iron Patriot here? Is Iron Patriot good? We really don't have great threes to follow up Iron Patriot's lane. And the deck doesn't have a ton of ongoings, it's just Morbius and Darkhawk otherwise. And Sam's a guaranteed 2 points for Aurora, which is nice. All right, let's start here for the morning, huh? See how this goes. Ah, pesky workout, man. Thanks for dropping by on the holiday. Not a 30-card deck, but it's a big deck energy here from the opponent. Probably Thanos. 18 cards is Thanos. Their Thanos is extra cheap. No 2-drop on 2 here. Feels extra bad. No 2-drop or second 1-drop. Big Sedge, Big Sedge. We have Pork to Power Stone. Right on time. Right on time, Korg. Welcome to the party, bud. Cody! Thank you for the incredibly generous, massive tip. Merry Christmas to you and yours as well. I didn't want to put the second activate in the same lane as this one. Alright, it's either going to go really well or really bad. Really bad is the answer. I think we're cooked, gamers.
Hey, you found a rook.
If we would have had this dickhead sooner, we might have been okay here. If I would have been able to curve Darkhawk into Aurora and Carbartage, we might have pulled this out. Ham question, do you think it's best to activate him early or later on in the curve? It really depends on the deck you're playing against. There's certain decks where what's the best way to put it? Your ham is more likely to hit expensive cards the longer in the game you go. How big is this? This is 14 over here, so not quite enough to win. So do this and hope they don't play for here. So it really depends on which cards your opponent's playing that you're hoping to hit with the ham. Destiny Cloud, thank you for the 6 months in advance. I plan to be here. Thanks for keeping me around. Pretty terrible draw for us all around. The no play on 2 is quite detrimental. Almost makes me want a 7th 1 or 2 in here. I'm curious if this Galactus first steps ever feels like it's going to be worth it or not. I'm skeptical on our ability to trigger it early. Travis! Thank you for the gifted subs. Good morning, good morning. Zombie Galacti, ham stuff is, or Darkhawk stuff is probably pretty good here. Try and keep them disrupted. So like this, someone was just asking, when do you activate Spider Ham? So this is a good example of a matchup where I want to wait as long as possible to activate Spider Ham, because the card I want to hit with Spider Ham is their 7-drop, right? So I want to give them the highest possible chance to both draw their 7-drop I want to ham, and the highest possible chance. I want the highest possible chance to hit the card, hit their 7-drop with it, and I want the highest possible chance to, let's Pixie here this turn. And I want the highest possible chance to, have them play out other cards to thin their hand. All right. Well, I was gonna have this turn, but now we're just playing Darkhawk here, right? I gotta cut them off of Adam Warlock drawing cards. Otherwise it's gonna be big bad for us. I need to play these two this turn, yeah? So I can activate them next turn? And then while we're on the topic of when to activate ham before you activate Black Widow. Pro tip. Pro tip! There we go, gamers. Enjoy. I love it. I love it when a plan comes together. Scripted. Pay the writers more, really. They deserve it. I think my Grand Central was perhaps a bit above average. What do we think? They wouldn't have had the energy to play him anyways, right? Mr. Fantastic could have given them the energy, or one of these could have pulled it in. Move the shield. Then I don't have a space to make a zombie. It's the same difference. Rather fill my board. Oh, Mobius would have cut off the energy from it. That's fair. What if they would have had magic that turn, Jack? Come on now. FYI, it's a free game. That's a good reminder. More people at home could stand to be recalled. Free game, by the way. They had a season pass avatar. They didn't say they were free to play. They were letting their opponents know that the game was free if they wanted it to be. Key distinction there.
I found the rook. rock.
Hey, Tackius, thank you for the gifted subs. Good morning, good morning. All right, I need a big boy. A big boy who's cheap. Cheap, cheap, cheap. I really need a big boy or black widow that turn. We can still draw a big boy this turn. I've got be like a 3 or 4 energy Darkhawk, huh? Terrax. Oh, we're so cooked, gamers. We're so cooked. 2 cost Sam Wilson. Thanks, Pixie. 3 cost Terrax. Pixie doing work here. Our Darkhawk's gonna be a little bit small. Must be cold out. Hey, Munchlax, thanks for the next submission. We can do that next. Appreciate it. I've porked their Mockingbird. I think I read a fanfic about that one time. Woo! Their Ant-Man getting zeroed is good beat for the home team. Right on time, 3 energy Galactus. Welcome to the party. So I'm going to 8 here. This gives me... I'm going to 8, I'm going to 14, I'm going to 18. I'm gaining 4 over here up to 17. Blue Marvel over here only takes them to 16. Oh, but they have Marvel Boy here as well. I think we're doing this. This is bad if they Gilgamesh me, but better if they Blue Marvel me. I think Blue Marvel is more likely. Damn. Unlucky. I opted to flip heads and I should have flipped tails. So, playing here was better against Gilgamesh. Playing here is better against Blue Marvel. Just both cards that are definitely in my opponent's output range. It was announced 2 hours ago that Marvel Mystic Mayhem will be shutting down in April of next year. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. We were looking at mobile game revenue data, and when we looked at Marvel Mystic Mayhem, I was like, that game's not gonna last very long. It turns out we were very right. Is that quicker than Dual Force? No, it's longer than DC Dual Force. DC Dual Force technically never released. DC Dual Force was technically shut down before they even got a full release.
Hey, you found a rook.
Marvel Mystic Mayhem only made around $5 million globally in its short lifetime so far. Yeah. Yep. What happened with DC Dual Force? Was it actually that bad? I recall hype. DC Dual Force was one of those games where the only people I recall actually hyping it were people who had a financial incentive to hype it. I think is a good objective way to describe how DC Dual Force went. Most of the hype around DC Dual Force was like not even strictly paid hype. Like, some of it was people who were sponsored, but there was a lot of hype from people who like were bored of Marvel Snap or whatever card game they were currently playing and were hoping to hitch their content wagon to DC Dual Force and like ride that off into the sunset and have a good years with it. Yeah, cope hype's a better descriptor than paid hype, I think. As someone who's played a lot of card games over the years, DC Dual Force's core problem was that it really didn't do anything innovative. And it had two core problems. The first was that the gameplay was like cookie cutter Hearthstone style, like generic gameplay in the DC IP that wasn't doing anything innovative or unique. And the second problem was that it had no mobile client. Like any card game that's not releasing on mobile in, you know, after 2020, honestly, like in the last 4 or 5 years, card games that don't have mobile clients, like, they're not real contenders. They're being made by people that don't understand the space they're trying to occupy. Blocks, thank you for the 3/4 of the year. Welcome back. Detox, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Dual Force also had a lot of structural issues with the company making it as well, because like, fun fact, DC Dual Force's PC only client was actually supposed to launch publicly before Marvel Snap had their official release. And then like their first like closed or open beta or closed beta or whatever it was where people actually got to play the client didn't happen until months after Snap actually released. And then it just never actually, like, they canceled the project at a point where they refunded all of the money people had spent in the beta and were like, actually, this isn't going to release. We're not moving forward with it. Yes, yeah, to their credit, they did right by their customers. Agree with that. I'm gonna put this in the center because they're gonna want to play for here, and then hopefully 4 is enough to meet or beat whatever they play here, and then we can put rocks in their deck before Adeline happens. So hopefully this is a 1 or a 2, and ideally it's 3 at most. Perfect. Okay. So now God, fuck you. This game, chat. Man plans, broed laughs. That's how the saying goes, right?
Opponent snapped.
I might have their combo fully loaded in hand already. We'll see.
I found a rock.
Grego Strauss, thank you for the 2 years of support. I appreciate that. Welcome back. We're getting 6 on the left. We're getting 6 on the right. We're getting 12 in the center. Think that gets us. Oh my goodness, it doesn't. What a sicko.
Victory.
Easy game. Someone asked, did our Pixie do anything this game? Our Pixie let us play Korg and Darkhawk here on 4, which was pretty good. By the way, gamers, so I know some of the regulars like to make sure they hang out. They hang out to support. We're going to be doing 3 or 4 hours of Marvel Snap to start today, but then we are going to do a sponsored segment for Arc Knight's Enfield later this afternoon. So if you want an easy way to support hanging out for the stream all day today, a great way to do that. I'm genuinely looking forward to Arc Knights releasing next month. If you haven't seen, we played a couple hours of it on stream already. It's a third-person anime RPG game that's got some base building aspects to it. Seems like a really, really good formula, and I've enjoyed the combat. Galactus First Steps is such a big dumb idiot. He is lovely, yeah. Am I gonna go as long as usual today? It really depends on what numbers look like, I think. We're currently creeping up towards, we got like 500 people between the 2 platforms. I got like 500 people. If we get like our typical 700-800, we'll probably do a full stream today. It's tough to know what metrics are gonna look like on a holiday.
Hey, man.
Is TCG officially dead? I don't know what you mean by TCG. Do you mean Pokemon or something else? All of them, actually. All TCGs, Hogland. Answer the question, Hogland. Is Aurora low collection level friendly? Yeah, I think she probably is. I think I would agree with that. Someone said that statement. I think I would agree with it. Wow, look at the betrayal from Pixie here. That's so brutal. Neither of these are nearly as exciting with the Dark Hawk gun. Doggy, is that a helicarrier rogue? Sure is. Sure is a helicarrier rogue. Oof. Oof.
You won't need this anymore.
Man, what a brutal set of RNG. I think we're probably done. Wait, what? Oh, they just assumed we couldn't interface with the right and they were gonna win the breaker? Oh, gamer, get out of here.
Victory.
They absolutely should have caught you. Yeah, they must not have realized what we were doing. Which should be fair. You know, Darkhawk's a deck and Aurora's a brand new card, so. I think she's a nice, pretty organic. Like, how big was she here? She was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. She was 16. And that's because our opponent interacted with us a little bit. Otherwise, she would have been bigger. To answer your question about Pokemon, I assume TCG Dead is referring to Pokemon Pocket TCG. From a content perspective, Pokemon Pocket is in a really bad spot. So what's the best way? What's the best way to emphasize Pocket stuff? So Pocket for the last 30 days on Twitch has 260 average viewers. And to give you a point in comparison, Marvel Snap's currently at probably the lowest it's ever been. And Marvel Snap for the last 30 days on Twitch averaged almost double that, 440 average viewers. From a, are you going to be able to continue collecting cards and playing Pokemon Pocket? No, that game is nowhere near dead from that perspective. The Pokemon company makes piles of money. Made like $40 million last month alone. Pork the thing. All right, we have priority here, which means Terrax can drop a bunch of rocks in their deck here. Because this is going to go to here, and then they'll be at 4, and we'll be 2-2-6. I think it's just this. What is Magic the Gathering's average viewer count for the last 30 days? Much higher than Marvel Snap, I would wager. It's been a little bit since I've looked at those stats. Yeah, their 30-day average viewer count is 2,700. I think I'm doing this. I think we're dead. Is the problem here. Do I just plan to top deck Aurora? I think I just plan to top deck Aurora. That's our line to win. Oh, I should technically wait to zombie Mr. Fantastic because he could buff my Aurora copies over here. All right, cool. That's more than I would have expected for Magic. Magic's pretty solid. Like Magic's 365-day average viewer count is 3,100. Magic had a big bump in 2018, 2019. Like comparatively, Magic in 2019 when Magic Arena released, so that was like my big year doing Magic content, they averaged 8,400 viewers that year. But like they've been relatively consistently, I guess they've been steadily falling. I'm a data junkie. So like this was Magic's big year, was 2019 when Magic Arena released, because things are always at the peak during their release year. And then you can see it just steadily minus 15%, minus 10%, minus 30%, and then I think it's been like minus 10 to 15% each of these years. So, but much smaller drop off. Like you look at Marvel Snap under the same type of conditions. So like Snap's big year was 2023. And we only averaged 3,823, worth noting. And then we fell off 10% last year, and then this year's just been a slaughter because there's been no Twitch drops. Twitch drops is why. And you can see here, like, this is the chart of average viewers. Each of these spikes in these first half of the year, this is when Twitch drops happened. So when you compare, the year is 1.1 thousand, but that doesn't tell the whole story, right? Like looking at the 6 month, this is Marvel Snap's average without Twitch drops, because there weren't Twitch drops in the back half of 2025. So effectively, Twitch drops were like 3xing it, right? Because like the entire year with that 500-ish plus these, like if I look at some of these months in here, 1.6 thousand in May, 1.5 thousand, 1.5 thousand, 2,000 in April, so that's definitely a big part of 2,800 in February. And then January was Snap's worst month where they had drops functional. And then selfishly, I'm going to point out that this was the only month I've ever not streamed Snap. It was their worst month they ever had while drops were going on. All right, gamers, have an advert. We're going to play some more of this Darkhawk Pixie deck when we get back, because I'm having a good time with it. Then we're going to check out some more Aurora stuff. I appreciate it. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you enjoy my content while you're here, make sure you tap the like button. Appreciate the folks that are here for that. Oh, and YouTubers, sorry, you have automatic ads going on YouTube right now because that platform's trash. Let me fix that. YouTube, such a trash live streaming platform. Lovely video after the fact platform. Very bad live streaming platform. Oh, and you know what, actually, chat? I'm only 40 push-ups in, so we're going to knock out 60 push-ups on some ad breaks. In between, 20 at a time. I try to do 100 push-ups a day in the morning, and normally I wake up at like 6:30 to get the kids out the door to school, so I get them done before I'm live. But With the kids on holiday break, I haven't been rolling out of bed till like 8 o'clock. Oh, yeah, January was the Snap ban too, right? With TikTok? God, that feels like a decade ago because the Trump presidency has been a decade. But yeah, it was totally January. Yeah, they got divorced from Newverse in May, which is why Snap drops stopped happening then, because Newverse was the one handling drops. We haven't had successful Twitch drops for Snap since they moved to self-publishing. I'm surprised Pocket content was that low. Yeah, it turns out my feelings on Pocket not being a game worth playing long term are very shared. My kids are also out. I typically start work at 7:30, so I'm waking up at 7:29. Yep. Mood.
Opponent snap. Oh, snap.
I already set my coffee pot for tomorrow. I have 1 kid and 2 Great Danes we don't get to sleep in. My wife and I had a conversation with our 5-year-old on the first day of break where we were like, listen, Haley, when you wake up in the morning, you know how to turn on the TV, you know how to get yourself food. Like, not everybody else in the house needs to be awake just because you're awake. I think I'm putting this here and then hoping to have priority. Man, it's close. They might play for here. But if I do this, does this ever get them? Oh, shit. Yep, we're dead. On a scale of 1 to LOL, how effective was that conversation? It worked out pretty well. She's been pretty good. All right, here's hoping they get Hydra Bob and not Aurora. Pixie just doing Pixie things here. I think I'm just doing this because I want to be able to play Darkhawk or Galactus if we top deck it. I am giving them a free 4 power for Nidavellir here is. Oh god, it's more than that. Man, Black Widow's really bad against Victoria Hanta. I drew the 1 rock I put in my own deck. That's fitting, I suppose.
Escaped.
The bite would get buffed by their zombie Mr. Fantastic too. Yeah, not a good scene for the home team. All right, well, no matter where Bob ends up at, he's making Galactus bigger, so that's nice. Go center, go center. Gosh, that's the worst. Ugh. I'm gonna do this to try and grab priority for Terrax next turn. Actually, if I want to grab priority, should I play for center? Probably. Hoping to not get killmongered yet. Okay, and then I grabbed priority here with my play, so Terrax needed to load 3 rocks up into their deck. And we're hoping to top deck Darkhawk next turn. Bob is likely not long for this world. That being said, he's cranked Galactus up to infinite size, so he's done his part. Oh, sweet. We drew Darkhawk, and Pixie made him cost 5. That's perfect. I think if they... I think if they killmonger to beat me right, they're probably losing here and here, yeah? I guess that's close. This is so... My gut instinct when I was looking at this hand is I was kind of feeling like, oh, Aurora and Galactus feel like they have kind of anti-synergy with each other, but they actually give kind of an interesting dynamic given your opponent knows we have this card. It's kind of like Spectrum Destroyer in a way, yeah? Where like my opponent needs to beat this really big individual stat stick in one lane, but they also need to beat the possibility of me playing this other 6 drops that like fans points out pretty evenly across the board. Yeah, we've seen Red Hulk decks do something similar in the past too, where like your opponent gets to see the card building up, and then the power in it isn't even just slamming it most of the game, it's making your opponent beat that card while they lose to your other output range.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Okay, porked magic. We like that. Oh, and then we have Mobius for their Mr. Negative deck, so we're done here then, yeah? Oh, that's rude. Hmm. Yeah, that seems good for us, right? Problem here is we're cooked to their copy of Aurora if they have it. Well then. Spectrum also gets us, yeah? Yep. I don't think they're an Aurora deck, actually. I think they're just Spectrum. Too many ongoings to be Aurora, I think. Game's going to be off to a little bit of a rocky start, but I think that benefits us overall. Do I put Korg here? Or do I Korg here or here and then hope to Terrax here? I think I'm just going to Korg here to have the higher chance to brick a draw. Terrax might not work out. Okay, and then we're gonna end up T-Rexing here anyways. This all works out then. Come on, win the priority flip. Win the priority flip. Unlucky. Unlucky. So, when we're 2-2, it's 50-50 who gets priority. It was not us. I need X23 and Logan not to go back here. Thanks, friends. Appreciate you. Alright, this is officially not a Terrax game. assume they have Venom for the left here. If you double Pixie on Carbartage and then Mobius, does it keep the lowest rolled cost? It does, yeah. There is a chance that Aurora wins the center here, yep. Oh, and we have a shot to win the left? Eight, 14. This is 22 over here, yeah? Show me null and death. And for my next trick, did we win all three? We won all three, yeah?
Victory.
Wow. We beat... Like, our curve wasn't that good either. And we lost the priority 50-50 on turn 3 when it would have been insane for us. And we casseroled them? Holy. What a lovely pile of cards we have here. What a lovely pile of cards. Oh my goodness. Are their palms sweaty? Are their knees weak? Arms are heavy? They keep on forgetting, chat, what they wrote down.
Hey, I found a rock.
Found a rock. Oh, that's rude. Locations were so good for me. God bless America. Come on, bro. Come on. Those locations were so good for me. Okay, fine. Good. Good. All right. Be gone, interloper. Shuri's Lab is much better for the opponent. Yeah, but I was going to put 3 rocks into their deck with Terrax. They weren't going to draw anything. I got a rock. I got a rock. Benjamin trying to take your cubes on Christmas Eve is crazy. It is. It really is. No one has ever suffered like I have suffered. Oh, wow. This is actually nuts for us. Because it guarantees I get to put 3 rocks in their deck unless this location screws us. Because I maintained priority with Korg here, so now I get to go 1, 2, 3, and they get a bunch of rocks in their deck. It's a little sad that Galactus isn't Pixied, but we can just pretend Pixie would have made him a 6 anyways. We're probably cooked here. I'm just staying because I like playing best of one rather than sweating a whole bunch. Oh, Hydra Bob's about to move. Yeah, they can't Surfer. Do you think they beat 10 on the right? Sure. Do you think they realize this is Crimson Cosmos? They must have had a brain fart, right?
Victory.
That feels like big. I didn't realize this was Crimson Cosmos energy.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
So just pointing out Spider-Ham sequencing here some more. This is a matchup where I want a Spider-Ham on turn 2 because my opponent's deck has a lot of good 3s they want to play on 3. So by activating Ham on 2, I'm giving myself a chance to stop one of their 3s before it can come down on 3. They have a Sebastian Shaw here. We're super dead. Honestly, most of their 3s are really good on Mosh Pit. I'm gonna do this to force the zombie to the left here. I think there's a decent chance they can't play left. So, if they have 2 3s, I think I'm supposed to do this, yeah? This puts me to 32, and they're getting 4 up to 25. That's so close. I have to think about absorbing, man. There's 6 cards in their deck. They're more likely to have 2 3s than just absorbing, man. So let's play. This play loses to absorbing man left. But it beats 2 plays otherwise. All right, both bylines beat this, yeah. Cool. And that's a Darkhawk package win game to a degree as well here, right? So we just like bricked off their draws. They were down to just a rock. And Maine, thank you for the 101 month resubscription. I appreciate that. Welcome back. You can sit there and play. You just can't have it make noise, okay?
I know, I turned it to 0.
You turn this on to 0. You know how it works.
Yeah, I know how it works.
So smart. Hey Jeff, I recently got back into Snap and I was wondering what are some good cards to get. I believe it's been a year or more and I'm missing a lot of cards. What's going on, Greator? So I have 2 videos that I recommend for 3 videos actually for people that are coming back in. One, I have a series 4 or 5 tier list that kind of gives my thoughts on all of the higher series cards generically. 2, I have this decks guide, which gives you an idea of all the different decks to build and which cards are must-have for them. And then 3, the economy updated. We no longer have spotlight caches. This gives you a quick overview of things to do to min-max the Marvel Snap economy post-spotlight caches.
I lost.
Rhinova, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Appreciate the support. You have any questions about specifics or some of that's new that's coming back? Feel free to ask in chat. Happy to help field those. I just want to grab this Aunt May's bonus right away because it gives me the most likely chance of being able to have priority for Terrax next turn if we top deck him.
Ooh, that actually let me have that update.
Goliath almost assuredly means Spectrum stuff. Letting the Madripoor boost here is nice. That's also super nice. Okay, so now I get to go ahead and we have priorities. This is going to give them rocks in 3 places. We'll cut them off a draw here immediately as well. Slide this to the center.
Wow.
And they didn't play for here, which means I'm going to get +4 off the Madripoor here this turn as well. Goliath, Mr. Negative, is an interesting one. I could play Mobius, but they're likely only going to have... They're likely only going to have 1 negative card, right? So I think it's just this. And then we Aurora next turn. Mistakes have been made. Mistakes have been made. All right, dinner's ready. Come and get me. Yeah, I mean, a lot of those could be rocks because they negatived after we Terrax. So I think it's 1, I don't like retreating a bunch, but 2, I think there's a chance we're actually legitimately winning this game. It's definitely not the 0% you'd typically be after Jane Foster draws 4 cards in the negative deck.
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, we porked the gore as well. It's not nothing. The Dark Hawk package is one of those things that I think is just like consistently underplayed. And like is much better than its play rate and stats typically imply. There's so many games where you just win because of the disruptive package.
I go with coconut.
Coconut. Oh, there's a coconut in your game. I want to play a very interesting build of negative with Goliath and Sunspot armor too. Hey, I love you, and you can hang out, but you can't chant, okay? I know, life stuff.
I hate chairs. I don't like chairs. Chairs are dumb.
Can we choose kind words, please?
Gotcha.
There's a Mr. Negative, and here's a Morbius, and we have priority now, so fingers crossed we top deck Terrax here. Had enough of that. Yeah. Your brothers should be home soon, okay? And then they can play with you. Where are brothers? They're at a friend's house, remember? They had a sleepover.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
I forgot because we slept.
You forgot because we slept? Yep.
The one.
We did. We are the winner. That's why we have a crown.
I didn't know which picture we were. You like almost win every time that I'm here.
We do win a lot when you're here. You must be lucky. Speaking of lucky, I like this build a lot. I think it was a really clean dynamic. I like where we ended up at. Shout out to Jace for the inspiration for the core of this deck. I think this type of build is a great core for Aurora to be going in. Like, this archetype existed before Aurora. We weren't necessarily playing Pixie because we had fewer pieces of top end, but like this proactive Darkhawk shell has been a thing in Snap before, and she just slots really nicely at the top, right? Like, we're already playing this pretty wide spread of disruptive cards, lots of different text boxes that lets her be really big. And I really can't emphasize enough how much I liked the dynamic of this. You're showing them this big Galactus first step powering up, so they feel like they have to beat that on turn 6. But then you also have Aurora as effectively this juke where, in addition to having to beat your 20 power 6 drop, they also need to somehow try and beat you fanning out 20 points of power across the entire board with her instead of just concentrating it in one spot. Very, very reminiscent of like a new agey version of like Spectrum Destroyer. Arguably, Pixie was underwhelming. I think Pixie is a phenomenal example of human beings' negativity bias. We are so programmed to remember the time that Ted ate the berry and died rather than the time all of the good things happened to us. So yes, Pixie is not a card that's not without downside. Sometimes she's going to make your stuff more expensive, but she was genuinely very good a number of times throughout the set of that game, and I would not replace her with something else. She was good here, especially this. One of the things Aurora really feels like she incentivizes you to do is have at least one 3 energy ongoing card in your deck to have an extra thing to spread points to, and Mobius fits that slot of like having a 3 energy ongoing while also be mitigating some of Pixie's style downside. All right, for our next deck today, we have a viewer submitted Aurora deck, which honestly we needed to get to this at some point anyways here. So we have Aurora Cerebro 4 here. New card, new Cerebro deck. We need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. When we get back from the break, we're going to play some of this. Appreciate everybody spending part of your Christmas Eve here with us at Hoaglandia. All right. I got 40 more push-ups to do today, chat. I'm going to do 20 of them now. Hear me. How does Kate get to 4 power? Am I missing something? She doesn't. She's just a good card to play on curve. Her Pim arrow gets to 4. And she's also just a good curve filler. Her basic arrow also gets to 4. So two of her 4 arrows get to 4. Blue some of these cards. The old Colossus. Aragorn, thank you for the 73 months. Appreciate the over 6 years. Welcome back. Yeah, so what if you're missing? What misses is Acid Arrow, which is a very generically good card. Absolutely. Has anyone tried a joint discard destroy deck? Yes, people have been trying it and they've not had very good stats. Or no metrics on any good Wild Child decks to date.
Epic.
What a difference a year makes. I remember how you logged off in disgust last year after trying to make Bruce work. Fuck, I forgot about that. That was exactly a year ago, wasn't it? I gotta go back. That was Christmas Eve. Bruce Banner is a lump of coal on Christmas Eve. Bruce Banner is a lump of coal on Christmas Eve. December 24th, 2024. I feel a little bit sad for Marvel Snap and second dinner in a way, because Marvel Snap is objectively at the lowest point in its content numbers, and I assume revenue, at a time where it's just like legitimately the best it's ever been in terms of game and gameplay. And I don't know that they can change that, because that's just like how live service games go. Like they're less popular as they age. But man, I had forgotten that this was just a year ago. And this was, yeah, I took January of this year is I took a whole month off, the first time I didn't play Snap since it released, you know, three and a half years ago. And I took it off because December last year was a bit of a low point. I feel like they mucked. This is the first time we've had a holiday. This is the first time Marvel Snap's been good over the holiday season, right? I feel like the last 2 years. I feel like the last 2 years we had really bad. December 23 and December 24 were both really bad. Were both really bad times for Marvel Snap. And it's nice that they finally didn't repeat that. Time to rebrand to Marvel Snap 2 without changing anything. I'm looking at you, Overwatch. Unironically, that. Let's do that.
Opponent snapped.
Oh, hey, if I feed Luca Chimichanga plus Aurora, he gets up to the bonus too. That's fun. Marvel Mystic Mayhem already shutting down is so funny. It's kind of funny how we shotted that last week, huh? Last week we were just like randomly looking through mobile game stats. And we came across that one. I was like, oh well, that's done for. I saw a take on YouTube that live service digital TCGs are impossible to monetize properly and keep the lights on, which is why most of them are moving to a physical counterpart and have pivoted heavily into that. I saw, it wasn't Freddy, that was a video from someone who used to make Runeterra content, yeah, if I recall correctly. And I think that take is dumb and bad, just so we're clear. And I think that take really hammers home how many people who profess to like card games haven't really played Marvel Snap in its current iteration. There's been a ton of content creators making doomer content about card games and Marvel Snap and card games in general. There's been a few. And it's been so eye-roll inducing to me to see these content creators making doomer content, and they're like, they list the things that these games do wrong or do poorly, and they just list a bunch of stuff that Marvel Snap got right. Is like what it basically comes down to. They'll be like, these are problems these games can't figure out. And then they list a bunch of problems that Marvel Snap, like, very cleanly figured out and solved. Mystic Mayhem shutting down. It had so much potential. Could you play it offline after? Absolutely not. Those games are just dead when they go away. I think it's incredibly unlikely that my opponent's super synergy deck has Red Guardian in it. I guess they have Diamondback, so maybe. I don't know.
Taking aim.
I've been like half working on a video talking about this. I gotta figure out exactly how I want to frame it or talk about it or whatever. But like, it's like, what if I told you like this? Yeah, our opponent's completely crushed here. It's like, what if I told you there was a card game where for $10 a month you could have almost every card in the game. And they don't power creep, so if you find a deck you like playing, you can continue playing it for months or years. And they still release new and interesting cards and new content, sometimes multiple times a week. So while you get to continue to enjoy your old classic stuff if you want, there's also new things that you can poke at. I think that description is both basically what every card game player has asked for eternity, and describes Marvel Snap in its current state. And then you could even mix in there, has incredible deck building depth has established meta decks you can pick up in net deck and play, but also there's lots of room to brew and explore and try new things and still have success. Like, it's just genuinely really impressive what they've accomplished. White hot room for a second game in a row? Wake up, sheeple. Even this our current release, right? Like Aurora, like this is like the 4th or 5th deck with a single new card release. I'm like, yeah, this is interesting and neat. How is Snap doing number-wise? Is Second Dinner doing fine financially? So the problem with the question, is Second Dinner doing well financially, is that we can't know the answer to that question. So we can look at App Store revenue, and you can see that App Store revenue is trending downward, but Second Dinner, like most other game companies post-Epic Apple lawsuit, has been pushing their online sales platform really hard where they get a bigger cut. And we don't know how much money they make from sales on Steam and their online web shop. And then the other part of a game like Snap and knowing like how much are they making and are they successful is we don't know what Marvel/Disney's licensing fees look like, right? So like, I don't know is if Marvel Snap, you know, even just App Store revenue, Marvel Snap's still making like $2 million a month almost as of last month. But like $2 million a month sounds like a lot of money, but like, is it actually a lot of money based on whatever they have to pay for the Marvel IP? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't think anybody who doesn't have an NDA does. Like I don't know that I could get that answer from someone without them breaking some type of corporate contract. Like, for reference, to give context, we were talking about the Marvel Mystical Mayhem game announcing that they were shutting down in April in 4 months because they weren't very successful. Marvel Mystic Mayhem, since it launched in, I think it launched in June or July this year, so like 6 months, it's only made like $5 million lifetime. And that's a brand new game, and those games tend to make the most money right when they launch. So, like, they only made $5 million lifetime. Like, Second Dinner made like $2 million a month on just the app stores last month alone. And that's 3.5 years in. Oh, we could have played him on Spider Island. That's funny. Which would have actually ended up being good with the Great Web, I suppose. I feel for the doom and gloom. I think a lot of the doom and gloom around Marvel Snap and a lot of card games comes from a purely selfish angle from people that don't understand the industry that they work in. I think there are a lot of content creators who hit kind of full-time content status with Marvel Snap content, and they weren't ready for the natural organic downturn that was just going to happen as the game aged, even if everything was going perfectly. Like, for people that aren't familiar with me, like, Marvel Snap's really far from my first rodeo. I've been partnered on Twitch.tv for over a decade. I've been streaming in some capacity for like 12 years. Like, I've been doing this as a full-time job for 8 years, with Marvel Snap being my primary focus for the last few. I've been around the block, you could say. Lame.
Victory.
I think if you could go back in time and say, Jeff, it's going to be 3.5 years from now. You had 2 great years of making Marvel Snap content that hit all-time highs for your content. And 3.5 years in, you're still going to regularly hit 800 to 1,000 concurrent viewers on your live stream. Would you be happy with that? I'd be like, yeah, it sounds fucking great. Sign me up. Because it's like, those numbers are like absolutely lower than what they were during the first 2 years, but like, they're also still like really good numbers. And there's still plenty of people interested in watching content for this great game. Yeah, like even today at a holiday where numbers can be a little wishy-washy, like we've got over 500 on Twitch and we've got almost 200 on YouTube. So like almost 800 between the 2 platforms. It would be beneficial, I think, for you to make a YouTube video to clear up misconceptions. I think it's really adorable that you think a fact-based video would perform well on YouTube and would clear up misconceptions. YouTube, like most social media, heavily incentivizes and rewards negative framing of things. And a video that's in a positive framing will absolutely not do anything. And we also live in 2025, what I regularly refer to as a post-fact society, which is to say that creating something that's very logical and reasonable doesn't really change hearts and minds. That's just not how human beings work anymore. Are you going to do another what I spent on Snap this year, or are those the same boat? So I've done previously how much money I made making Snap content this year, but I'm explicitly not doing one of them this year because I am confident that making that video this year would just be used for people to say Snap is dying. Because for reference, to kind of fill in that, why a lot of, I think, the doomer is selfishly financially motivated. Like, my personal income this year for 2025 compared to 23 and 24, I think is going to finish somewhere in, like, the 40% less range. And again, like, that was expected. Like, I knew that drop-off was going to happen at some point, and honestly, I'm surprised it happened in year 3 and not year 2. Like, year 1 and year 2 were both pretty steady. but it's hard making a video like that, regardless of if I said, hey, this is beating my expectations, that I'm really happy with it still, would just be used for nothing other than Snap is dying, look at how much worse it did for the creator. I think it's just Mercury this turn. Sometimes these decks play Rogue, so I don't really want to play out my Cerebro early. Although I guess I could play him in the Colossus path. If I play Mercury, I can't really play Luke Cage, though. Yes, this conversation started from a couple different places, but one of it was the Runeterra content creator talking about how all digital card games are dying. And then they listed a bunch of problems that Marvel Snap has actively solved, and it's one of the reasons why Marvel Snap's one of the best card games I've ever played. The best card game I've ever played? Let's say the best. It's very good. The 40% drop off in personal income for the year is discounting / normalizing the, normalizing for the fact that there were less donations to split cards. I'm not counting those. Just pound for pound. Income was markedly lower this year. This is close. I could play around a Valk with loot, but I think I'd rather just have an extra 4-pointer here. But you are right. My direct donations were down a lot more than 40% this year in entirety, and no small part due to the fact that like we weren't going on crazy splitting sprees this year. That had a very direct impact on that. They have a 2 energy Valkyrie, which is terrifying. I think we play Lucas to try and counteract that, but if they have their Cerebro as well, we're probably cooked. Yes, that's also what Tepik also said is true as well. It's hard / impossible to differentiate / distinct how much of my income going down for the year is the live service game getting long in the tooth versus how much of it is gestures broadly at the economy around us. I talked about this a little bit when it happened, but like for reference, when Trump had his Liberation Day in April of this year, I personally lost low 4 figures in advertising contracts. Like and my manager, who manages like 24 content creators, he lost mid 5 figures in contracts on Liberation Day. From just a bunch of companies who were advertising in the space being like, oh shit, we don't actually know what it's gonna cost us to send our products to places. We're pausing our advertising budgets effective immediately till we can sort out what the fuck is going on. And the US, despite the line continuing to go up in the markets, right? Like most of the US economy is in a recession. Like the only reason, if you look at like stocks in the S&P 500 that like aren't AI fueled masturbatory speculation, like all of the real companies that are like making and selling products, most of them are in the red. It's just purely AI speculation that's dragging it up and along. Narrator, they still didn't know what was gonna happen. Yeah. This list has been fun. I think we've been having fun conversations here this afternoon. Fun, interesting conversations. Speaking of advertising and money, we can take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. We're gonna play some more of this Cerebro for Aurora deck when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yes, a lot of the stocks going up is the Mag 10 making circular deals, pushing it up, and eventually that gravy train's gonna stop. it's gonna be really interesting to see when the AI bubble finally starts to pop. Is the Fed gonna print money and bury all of us in inflation? Or are they actually gonna let the markets fall like they should organically? There's a very real chance the Fed discovering they can print money to fix things in '08 is just gonna be the new norm. And they're just gonna bury regular people while keeping the market stable. Stable. I'm playing the only real game right now, the $1.6 billion Powerball. God bless. Does Aurora make Spectrum obsolete? You should reread Aurora. I'm going to put it on the screen for you here. Here's a very different card than Spectrum. Very, very different. Reading is hard sense. There's been a lot of Aurora's power crept Spectrum bad takes from people just like skimming things and not actually comprehending.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Thank you for the 26 months. Welcome back. I played Aurora at this point in like a dozen different decks, and almost all of them have felt interesting or good. I agree, Mike. She's such a phenomenal piece to be added to the Marvel Stat puzzle. I like her. I like her a lot. Really, really sweet design. Oh gosh, is there gonna be another? Are there gonna be other locations? Bacardi, most looking forward to next month. I actually did a full. I like a lot of the cards next month, so I did a full month review on the Hoaglandia Stamp channel for the first time in a long time. I love a lot of the dragon designs. They're gas. Do you believe in magic? And this turn 7. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Did they ever release Firestar? They did not. This can move. I know you're not a big fan of Thanos. That actually misrepresents my position on Thanos a great deal. I actually think Thanos is a really sweet and unique gameplay experience in Marvel Snap. I just objectively, individual new cards being added to Thanos don't meaningfully change how the card plays out. So I don't find it particularly fun from a deck building perspective, because the 18 card deck just means it's very samey even when you change 1 or 2 cards. So it's not that I dislike Thanos, it's that I don't love it doesn't make a good new card highlight, because the new card doesn't add a lot to Thanos. They played Luna after Spider. I mean, people saying they sequenced this wrong. Maybe they wanted to spread their points more evenly here like this, rather than being all in on a single path. Is probably what happened here. Yeah, they wanted points at 2 spots instead of 1. They gotta win 2 locations, gamers. You're just having the hindsight is 2020 bias, because like you watched them make a play that they could have made a play that beat what I did. You dislike the play patterns of Thanos. That's also not true. Like, did I not articulate myself? Did I say words wrong? I'm pretty sure I explicitly said I like Thanos and he's unique and sweet. It's just single individual new cards don't meaningfully change the deck because you're playing an 18 card deck. So it's a bad new card highlight. I think that's about as clear as I can make it. I think Thanos is a fine and fun design. The deck just doesn't get meaningfully different to play because of 1 new card. So I don't worry about it. I don't like testing new cards with it. For reference, we started today looking at a bunch of Aurora data on Untapped, and yeah, there's a bunch of Thanos decks predictably that look like they like playing her as a card. You're just also not going to draw her in a lot of your games, and you're going to win the games because you're a Thanos deck, not because you're an Aurora deck most of the time. Which is fine. It's still a good deck, and Thanos is interesting. It's just not new card interesting. That's a distinction I think is worth making. That's annoying. I guess I could do this, and then I can play 3 1s out next turn. Armor into Luna Snow is fucking toxic, chat. Holy. Wait, they're locked on the right now, yeah? Until, I guess they can move on New York? That's weird. That feels very strange. Now, look at how pretty our board is, chat. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Ooh, piece of candy.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Very nice, very nice. Stack some points here in Asgard. Hmm. Think I want to go for White Hot Room rather than Asgard? Yeah, we're not playing for Asgard. Definitely cooked over there. Oh, wow, brutalized. They got to have the cake and eat it too here? That sucks. They forgot to move the shield? Oh, Mercury. Mercury means they can't move the shield. Got it. JK, that was a test. Some of you passed. Good job. I mean, this has me winning all three, yeah? Which I think is what we want. Playing for all three beats Thanos. Does not beat that. Yep, and this is, you know, we've talked about why Aurora has felt good, and that's kind of, this is a very similar squeeze to one of the other decks we were playing, which she's really sweet in these builds where, like, you have this big 6-drop that you're threatening, but then she also does this Spectrum-like impersonation where she spreads out points across the board. That being said, was their Aurora worse than Spectrum here? Maybe they're playing both, but their Aurora was worse than Spectrum here, yeah? I guess she added 2 more over here, but Spectrum would have added 6 here and 8 here, and Aurora only added 2 here and 4 here, right? I wonder if Thanos can get away with playing Aurora and Spectrum, so you're just more likely to draw your finisher. Because Aurora is an okay number of points there, even if she's worse than Spectrum. I can see that be a thing worth exploring in the Thanos shell, because you have so many ongoings that are also other things. This doesn't break my Cerebro bonus, I'm like 90% sure.
Taking aim.
Last time we had the location, it didn't break the bonus. Good stuff. Good stuff. Black Cat's so annoying. I think I'm just playing Cerebro.
Gotta run, huh?
Airwalker Black Knight. Okay. You have my attention. I'm listening. Thank you, Haley girl. Oh, you brought a fork too? Thank you.
No, yeah, because mommy put the fork inside out.
Oh, your mom's so smart. Close my door, please. Thank you. So, the upside to the children being home from school, chat. I don't have to go upstairs and microwave my own lunch. Oh, Aurora won't work here, though, because... Oh, that's awkward. That's sad. Probably dead, then. We might be okay here. Oh, what's their Airwalker pulling? That's a good question. Oh, that's cute. That's adorable. Okay, we won, but their deck is adorable. I don't think I've ever seen Airwalker for Ghost Rider. That's a neat 4. It's a 4 you like really want to draw in the decks that he's in. They're probably a Wild Child deck. That's a good call out. I think that's probably a reasonable conclusion. I think it's this, and then it's like Luke Cage center. And then we finish on Aurora.
Taking aim.
You know what? I'm probably supposed to Luke Cage this turn, so that way if I draw Claw, I could Claw here. We'll play Kate over here. Get to the extra bonuses. Yep. So we're adding 8 in the center, and we're adding 12 on the right. We're adding 10 on the left. So Wild Child perks up here, but he's not quite enough. Not quite enough to get through. Needed those points in the center.
Victory.
It's a very interesting deck build piece. I just don't know that all the support is there yet. Hopefully Phantom X pushes it up over the top.
Snap.
Taking aim.
Cerebro sweating bullets there. Morrow's about to be really good against us. Penalize the board. Hopefully she tries to hit Colossus a bunch here. It would be ideal. Colossus, Cerebro, and Hawkeye are the targets we want. Yep. Welcome to the party, Luke. Enjoy your stay.
Victory.
Play more Luke Cage, right? Listen, Luke's in my top 5 most played Marvel Snap cards for a reason, champ. He's my boy. Speaking of Luke, next week is likely, unfortunately, going to be a non-release week for Snap because Phantom X is releasing and he gets countered by Luke Cage. And Morrow also goes in Phantom X decks, which gets countered by Luke Cage. So realistically, next week is probably like Luke Cage re-release week. As opposed to Phantom X is probably one of those cards like, all right, well, we'll just discount the one mega games where we get hard countered and we'll see if this card really has a chance like the week after. Once we're really able to play with it. Or bring an Enchantress week. I mean, good players will just play their Luke Cage in the last turn of the game, Paul. Everybody talking about just playing counters to Luke Cage, you're showing your entire asshole and why you don't understand what's good, bad, or otherwise, just so we're clear. The fact that Luke Cage works retroactively after the fact is what makes him such a powerful tech card. Who's a Tio with the not 1, not 2, but 20 gifted subs? Merry Christmas and happy holidays to you and yours. Thank you for the absurd amount of support. Happy Wednesday, gamers. Thanks for everybody who's spending part of the middle of their week or their holiday here with us, depending on where you're at in the world. You know, I used to make jokes about people who didn't get gift subs being unlucky, but something you should be aware of Twitch as a platform, chat, is that for random gift subs like that, it isn't purely random. Twitch is actually biased and gives people gift subs who spend money on Twitch. So if you never get random gift subs, it's probably because you don't ever pay to subscribe to people. Because Twitch's metrics show that people who are given gift subs are more likely to re-up with a regular sub in the future. So they prioritize giving them to people who... Whoa! Spicy. GG, opponent. They prioritize giving them to people who actually monetize. Would have won with the claw, chat. Would have won with the claw. Oh, wait, we win anyways. JK. JK, LOL. Now I look like an asshole, chat.
Victory.
I thought we were losing. I forgot we were still winning the center. You mentioning your top 5 cards made me realize I kind of missed the end of month roundups they used to do. Yeah, agreed. Those were fun when they happened. Oh, here's a fun question. I'm gonna put together. I have a couple of end of year videos I want to do for Snap. I want to put together over the weekend. I think one of them is like top 10 Marvel Snap cards to release in 2025. I think Merlin's #1 with a bullet. Gamers in chat, what are some of your top like 3, 5, or 10 Marvel Snap cards that released this year? Hit me for considerations. Yeah, Victoria Hand was the start of the year, absolutely. Man Spider's a good call out, honestly. He's a new archetype enabler. I like that one a lot. Surge was this year too, wasn't she? Yeah. A lot of. I wonder how many 2s there are. Sam Wilson was this year. I think Sam Wilson makes the cut. I feel like as I'm thinking through this list, like good general card acquisition advice on Marvel Snap is just like always pick up 2-drops. Cancun. Rude. Moira's a decent contender. I don't hate that call out. Ooh, Fallen One's a good shout, Derek. Yeah. Am I playing this? I want to play it if I draw Aurora, but I'm probably not drawing Aurora, right? I might just be playing Claw either way. I think it's this. Oh, we win? We win! Sicko, lose Baxter, win the game angle. Close. How does Aurora work in this deck? Aurora buffs a bunch of your 4-power things, and then you keep the Cerebro bonus on her and the things she buffed. So how she works here. Very fun deck builds.
Taking aim.
Sometimes we're Cerebro 4, sometimes we're Cerebro 6. Exactly. You should display the win percentage on the tracker. I don't display my current win percentage on the tracker because it is a way that people lie through a mission. There's 3 types of lies in the world, chat. Lies, damned lies, and statistics. Contrary to what your significant other told you during undergrad, size matters. So putting a statistically insignificant sample size win rate on my tracker is a way that I could lie to you by omitting the fact that the sample size is small to the point of being irrelevant. You could buff Luke Cage on the right, you have 2 more turns. Yeah, I need to put him there on turn 5 for him to get the buff. But we're curious. What a peak fucking first time chatter interaction. Jeff, I want this thing. This is why it would be lying for me to do that thing. But Jeff, I want it anyways. Yeah, I know you want me to fucking lie to you. If you're gonna be a bad culture fit for this channel, you should go watch a different Snap stream. Lie to me, daddy.
Oh, snap.
Data doesn't lie, chat, but liars love data.
Opponent snapped.
One of the truest statements you'll ever find.
Taking aim.
They could also find the win rate on Untapped if they really wanted it to. Trust me when I say someone that cares about win rates probably isn't smart enough to problem solve that themselves. I like how that person's like, we're curious. It's like, you don't speak for me. Exactly. Who's this? Who's this we? You got a mouse in your pocket? See, that's such a better question from YouTube chat than what's your win rate. Jeff, what's your favorite deck to play Aurora in so far? I really liked the Blink deck that I highlighted yesterday. Probably my favorite that I played so far. I appreciate Viv Vision just being a constant dickhead to our opponent and just like not cooperating at all. Ooh, the Pixie Darkhawk deck was pretty good too. Yeah, we played Pixie Darkhawk with Aurora today to start. That was pretty sweet. Someone said YouTube chat is where it's at, and then someone immediately followed that up with, The best win rate decks is the one with lots of Series 5 cards and the one with all the newest cards because their balancing is in that direction. I just want you to know that you're banned now because YouTube doesn't tell you that you're banned when I ban you. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up a data point here real quick. This is my best decks roundup from last week. This is the #1 top performing deck. This was the #1 top performing deck in most of the competitive slices last week. And this was the #2 performing deck in most of the competitive slices last week. Just so we're clear. Hoaglandia isn't like other places on the internet, chat. You don't just get to show up here and lie. I have receipts. I have receipts! I didn't make it to the various opinions I have about Snap and other things by just like making stuff up. My opinions are based on facts and reality, which I know is a dangerous position to have in 2025, but that's one we adhere to. Data over dogma. Yep. I forget what the phrasing is, but there's a mantra I'm a fan of that it's be firm in your opinions, but also hold them loosely, which is what I try to do. Which is how I try to lead and direct most of my life, whether it's card games or politics or anything else in 2025. Which is another way to say that is, I come to my conclusions on things based on only on my experience, but also data and reality. But at the same time, I'm not going to let myself get held down and stick to something and double and triple down on it when I'm presented with reality or data that shows contrary to what it is, right? Like, I didn't come to my conclusions by accident, but also if new information is presented to me that says, hey, maybe I should change my position on that, that's what I'll do if that's what the information really means. Speaking of information and Aurora decks, I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. When Munchlack sent this one over, I was expecting this to be like a 20-25 minutes and we're done and we're moving on. And again, I really just can't emphasize enough how sweet of a deck building game Marvel Snap is, how good their balance is. I just got done playing a deck for an hour that has freaking Colossus in it, chat. Freaking Colossus. And I'm coming to the wrap up and I'm like, you know what? He was good. He should stay. What a just phenomenal deck building game and experience where this starter series card that they gave a 1-point buff to found a home in this C plus B minus tier deck that felt competitive. And genuinely, I think this deck has the tools you want to be competitive in games of Marvel Snap. There are two things, generally speaking, that I look for a deck to be competitive in Snap, and this deck ticks both those boxes. The first is, can my deck make a reasonable proactive amount of numbers? And this deck checks that box. We very regularly were hitting 15, 20, 25 plus points of power in 2 lanes. Second, on top of making decent proactive numbers, can we be interactive to disrupt our opponents on occasion for when their numbers are bigger or when our plan doesn't come together? And we have that, right? We have Luke Cage, Shadow King, and Mercury that can be disruptive in different ways. And a final point that's usually present in decks that are good is this deck's not all in on one plan. the Cerebro and Aurora here are two payoffs that can work together when they both show up the way the deck is constructed, but they're also payoffs individually on their own. So it's not like we have to draw Cerebro or we're dead, we have to draw Aurora or we're dead, or we have to draw both of them. Like we can mix and match and have stats either way while also having two great flavors that taste great together. So like, do I think this is gonna be in my highest performing decks roundup when I look this weekend? No, probably not. But at the same time, this deck list ticks a bunch of the boxes that I look for in decks that are off meta and competitive, and we had success with it. I think if you play it well, you can have success with it too. It does the things good Snap decks are looking to do. So you're telling me I can have fun with this deck once I buy Aurora? Yeah, and honestly, I think she's a really good pickup for a lot of people. I think Aurora is a card that's going to be difficult to impossible to replace in most decks that play her because she's a very unique effect, and she deck builds in so many different ways. She is easily the most fun 6-drop we've had this year. I'm usually someone who doesn't like 6-drops just because I like playing multiple cards the last turn of the game typically. But the fact that Aurora is both good, or the fact that Aurora both has deck building considerations and considerations while you play the game is really sweet. This was another fun one. If you're looking for Aurora decks, you picked her up or you're considering picking her up, make sure you're subscribed to Jeff Oakland on the YouTube side. We're gonna have a ton of highlights. I already have 2 highlights up there with her. We played Blink Aurora to get her more consistently, and we played featured a Zombies Aurora deck that was sweet. This one was fun today. It's gonna get a highlight, and then we played this Darkhawk Pixie build. That was quite fun as well. That's gonna get a highlight. Yeah, really sweet design on her. All right, I don't know what we're going to play next, but we need to take an ad break before we do it. Appreciate everybody spending part of their Christmas Eve or Wednesday here with us, depending on where you're at, what you believe in. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button when you're around. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. How would you feel if I submitted Discard Aurora? Yeah, I'd be down for that dance. That sounds fun. We see Darkhawk taking it. Absolutely, I love showing my Hawk on stream. Oh, you want me to build Discard Aurora? All right, what does that look like? Why don't you have a deck list for me? What am I doing? What are we doing with her? And discard cards. I mean, I guess there's just a good spread of abilities on discard stuff. Are you hellaing her back? Is that cooking or baked? What does hell look like? Hella can't be real. She probably doesn't mind being Khonshu'd back. Yeah, Derek's with me. Because then we could play Corvus and not mind discarding her. I get to play my sick Khonshu variant. Hell Cow is an activate. How is this card still a 4/6, by the way? This thing should definitely be a 3-drop by now, yeah? Power Man. Is Power Man end of turn? Oh, he sure is. Oh, it's Colonel. It's like, what is his name? I wanted... That guy. That guy. I want that guy. Dracula does not get a boost, yeah? He's end of game. Weapon H is also not getting a boost. He might be worth playing regardless. We play Malekith. Maybe? I feel like I want, Meek doesn't get Aurora, right? How's he templated? He's when you discard. I feel like I need more 1s and 2s. I feel like I don't have enough 1s and 2s. Black Cat's interesting. She technically works with Zombie Power Man, although they're technically both end of turn in the same lane then, which isn't great with Aurora. Redshift. Ooh, Redshift's a good call out. I like him. So another good 2. I am not going to be live at all tomorrow, no. I'll be off tomorrow, live Friday, where the streakers looking to keep their streaks. Black Knight. He's also a triggered ability, not, yeah, when discarded. I kind of wouldn't mind another 1 or a 2, though. And by 1 and a 2, I don't mean, like, Scorn or whatever. I mean cards I can actually play early. Although, maybe I need... Swarm doesn't work with... What's your name, right? This is a when discarded. Why didn't she work with the when discarded keyword yet? It's ridiculous bias. I do probably realistically need another payoff for discarding though. Let's play the Scorn, I suppose. Be happy with four 1s and 2s. Surely this is an oversight. I need Ben Brode on the phone right now. I don't care if it's Christmas Eve. Someone needs to answer for this. Give me a 2. Give me a 2. What a lovely boy. Assuredly they never play a 4-power thing this turn, yeah? Never, ever. Never, ever. Nice. Then we get to drop the Colonel into his lane. And then bin the weapon H. Alright, so let's me draw 1. They're triggering the raft next turn. Well, they're triggering the raft regardless. Let me draw 1. So get it. I think we Corvus, yeah? Because then next turn we can Khonshu, reanimate. We can Khonshu, reanimate whatever we discarded. Human Torch. Okay, so more traditional move here from the opponent. Zombie Power Man taking his good sweet time here. This is getting us either back a really big cow or a really big lady. Either way, that seems great for us. Zombie Power Man's tummy was hurting for a bit. It's fair, honestly. Okay, so realistically, they're winning Luke's bar. We need to play for the Monster Island. We've got a good amount of points here. I want to do this and then this, so that way, this is flipped up when Hellcow bends this, so I'm more likely to get points here. Because I've got a ton of points in the center, and I need to hedge the left. Not super high likelihood of hitting the left here, but okay, we take those. Up to 29 at least. Yep, we get one more shot on the left here. Oh, come on! Come on! Hit me, dealer! Unlucky. Unlucky. So pretty unlikely to win that. We needed 2 out of our 3 hits to land left, and the first one was only what 2 out of 7, and the second one was 3 out of 8. So not 0, but low. I don't think that's a discussion we're gonna have live on stream today, Shane. Especially while there are probably people watching with little ones at home. No blade here on 1. Got a few decent ones we can pick up to discard into. I'd really just encourage you, Freddy, to like not care about and especially not obsess over the win rates of decks with content creators. And for reference, you scroll through the YouTube channel that you're commenting on, you're going to see I post win rates occasionally on deck lists and small sample sizes because there's such this stupid culture of people click on decks a lot more when you post that you had a high win rate with them, despite people not understanding that that win rate doesn't matter or is small enough to be irrelevant. It's one of the many reasons why live streaming is my preferred content media to YouTube, because YouTube is a platform where you have this huge financial incentive to mislead people like that. Whereas on Twitch, Putting your win rate in your stream title really doesn't matter. Has Snap implemented global emote mute? They have not, and they never will. Ben Brode is a big personal fan of you getting emoted. He really, really likes emotes. I think I'm playing this here because I don't want to discard the Khonshu again. They didn't delete a bunch of the toxic emotes at Hearthstone until he left. That's a funny story. Funny, haha. Unfortunately, Power Man is eating Aurora here. I think we're cooked. Depends on how many destroy cards they have, I suppose. Oh, wow. GG. Fastball special was a quality upgrade for the Nimrod piles. Getting emoted creates an emotion loop that gets you to play the game more. I guess I would believe that there's data that shows that. My anecdotes are they make people turn it off more than anything. Nice, Senpai. I suppose I would believe there's metrics that back that up. But in reality, they just make me close the game more than anything. I'd say probably 99% of the time when I'm playing off stream and my opponent emotes after beating me, I just close the app. And then I go back to like not opening it off stream. Have you explored any Morrow next on stream? I don't think Morrow is likely a very good card, so I haven't played with it. We might try it with Darkhawk at some point. That's on my to-do list. Yeah, the Morgan's kind of a fun draw here. Do I want to play her though? I could just Colonel him. I could just Khonshu back. What's his name next turn? Yeah. Which I think is what I want to do. I mean, 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other mouth. I don't think there's a functional difference between a cheating bot and a bot that deterministically beats me at the end of the game. Anytime a bot in Snap won the game against me and it involved me losing a 50-50, especially after the computer waited 5 to 10 seconds after I locked in my plays to make theirs, I don't care if they say there's cheating bots or not. It fucking feels like it, and that matters. It's one of those instances where the perception is really important. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. Especially if it's doing that while making my gameplay experience worse. Do we play Morgan now? Morgan doesn't do anything. The bots are a big part of why I'm not going past 97 this season. It's such a terrible experience to have the bots either take a bunch of cubes from me or retreat. Like the two modes they've had. Zombie power, man. Lovely. Wait, that happened to you? I thought it was me. No, they functionally updated the bots a couple seasons ago. So it's not just you. The bots are behaving differently than they had been for a while. It doesn't make the highlight reel, but if you look in the first couple weeks of the season, there's 3 or 4 times of me like being at 99 and then losing back-to-back 4 and 8 cubers to bots on the ladder. Almost always involving 50-50 losses. And then at the same time, the opposite is true. The bots very rarely stay in an instance where they would have lost a 50-50. I've wanted to try Aurora and Zombies as a secondary finisher. Derek, I posted a highlight with that this morning. We played it yesterday at the end of the stream. Yeah, and if the bots aren't giving you extra cubes, it's really hard to climb to infinite because humans who make it to the 90s retreat pretty well now in Marvel Snap in 2025. So like most of your games against human beings are like 1 and 2 cubers. So if you don't have the bots there to actually push you up and they're actively taking cubes out of the system, you sit there and rubber band a bunch. And there's no extra currency for making it to 100. It's just a card back that I'm never going to use. So decided it wasn't worth my time and my effort. Yes, Snap becomes 0 sub very quickly when the bots aren't pumping cubes into the system. Very, very true. Poor Blade. And for what it's worth, I see people in chat lamenting some conspiracy theories about this was some nefarious way to get people to engage longer. I don't know that that's the case. I think they possibly just like took the feeder bots out and this was a natural repercussion of it. I don't think that necessarily had to be nefarious in the reason for doing so. Will we get a best X roundup this week? Yeah, I think so. Don't quote me on if it's gonna be Friday or Saturday. Might be Saturday. Probably Saturday. Maybe Friday. I don't know. It depends on what we actually end up doing tomorrow. think our plans past some stuff with the kids in the morning. It's largely just me playing Genshin and getting stuff done around the house. So if I do this, I can Khonshu back. What if I do this and guaranteed this, that I can Khonshu her back next turn? Come on, bin the big man, bin the big man. Nice, nice. Then we'll do this, and then we'll have Weapon Morbius on the last turn. She's gonna be 2, 4, 6, 8, 14 points here, not bad. Okay, so let's say they Aurora. They're getting 6 here, plus they play her here, that would be 6. They're getting 4 here, plus our 6 would be 10. So this beats Aurora left and right, yeah, I think? Math? Quick maps. Quick maps! I think this beats Aurora left and right. Scarlet Spider might throw us for a loop in tandem with her. I would have lost if they'd have done that right, yeah?
Victory.
So this copies its power. They needed to activate this after they used Aurora. Does Khonshu revive a specific discarded card? How are we able to predict that it would bring back Aurora? She was my only discarded card. Everything else that I had discarded came back to my hand, so it's not in the discard pool, so to speak. Cards. Things like Weapon H that come back to my hand can't be revived because they're in my hand. They're not in the discard pile. Ooh. Alright, if we can dodge a Morbius, we can dodge a ball. Mobius, sorry. We have the Morbius. Looking at him. No Mobius. No Mobius out of them. On the Celestia would be great. Ooh, there's an audio effect with Castle Zemo. I hadn't heard that before. Listen. There's like little subtle chimes. God, their audio visual designs are so good in this game. It's actually kind of crazy. They press the button, so they draw their tech card. For someone raising the stakes, they're not particularly committed to their given line here. Sure. Oh my goodness, what a toxic reality stone. Holy. From everything's cheaper to everything costs one more. Mercy. Mercy! Alright, they move the shield out every time, and then arrow locks them right, yeah? Alright, turns out we're locked in there with them, as opposed to them being locked in with us. Mistakes were made. Boy howdy. Boy howdy. On to the next. On to the next.
Escaped.
And Power Man. Doing whatever a Power Man can. The one time Parker Industries doesn't suck. Yeah, it's alright on turn one when it's just like +1. We take those. We take those. I was like, why can't I play my Corvus? I only have 2 energy. It's like, what's going on? Free me! I want to play Corvus on 3, so I didn't want to play Redshift this turn and have him bin Sif and then have Power Man bin Corvus, so I think we just pass here. Okay. How is Aurora feeling a discard? Kinda mid. I guess this is probably going to be an example of we kind of shoved the new card in a place where it doesn't belong and we've won some games because the deck is functional anyways. Yeah, we're just cooked here.
Escape.
Kachu doesn't come back the third time you discard him. It's just going. I was gonna say, do I want to sweat here, but Sinister London's really good for a discard deck, so absolutely. Would Khonshu be too good if discarding the final phase returned him to hand? I don't think so.
Escape.
I don't think Khonshu discard builds are necessarily overpowered. I'm gonna try a couple more with this, but definitely feeling like a content creator special here, so to speak, where we took a stock existing deck and shoved a new card in it where she doesn't quite belong. We're gonna take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. Before we do that, appreciate everybody spending part of their holiday here with us. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We're gonna grab a caffeine while this break goes. BRB. 5-year-old is living her best life in the front room. Just flipping through her binder of Pokemon cards while watching Cocomelon on the TV. The bribe to play the deck went through. It did, Dance. Thank you for the support as always. Hmm. 20 or more points, probably easier than 10 or less. Oh, I like that suggestion from chat. Since Khonshu's technically going through the phases of the moon, instead of being gone when you discard him at 12, he should go back down to 5. I like that a lot. That's a clean, like, on flavor suggestion. If you wanted phases of the moon, you technically want to go back to half moon after a full moon. So you'd go 5, 8, 12, back down to 8, back down to 5, back up to 8, back to 12. Sure. Listen to these nerds. Their moon lore. Either way, there's a precedent there for he does something other than just disappears when you bid him at 12. Alright, today we learned Merlin loves Tamash. Bit of a silly question. Do variants only show up in the daily shop if you... Do variants show up in the daily shop if you don't own the card? They do not, Poop Dollar. So the only time you can get variants for cards you don't own is in bundles, either gold or cash. Should put the cow in the survivors camp. Rip. It's okay, the moon isn't real anyways, it's just a giant flashlight floating around our flat disk. Wake up, sheeple! Wake up! I think that's low-key great for us, yeah? Oh, it's getting less good. It's getting less good. Well, shit. I think we are, as the children say, cooked. Is Aurora our best draw? I don't know if that's gonna be enough though. Our scorn buff's going left is said. Yeah, well, I mean, she adds 10 in the center, and the problem is they got a big dog jumping over. So they're at a virtual 22. So they only need 10 points to beat us. They need 10 points that can bring the dog over. Whoo! Sweat bullets! How big's the other one? Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Look at all that slop, chat. It wasn't enough. Flopped around, slopped around. We won it anyways. I mean, I played a 6-10, chat. How could they have possibly won the game after I played a 6-10? We were unstoppable. The 6-10 had been leveraged. Hey, thank you for the biddies today, Poop. Yeah, ever have any questions, feel free to ask. Always happy to clarify things. Man, that avatar is creepy. That's a vulture variant, yes? Am I recalling that correctly?
Opponent snapped.
Jeepers Creepers is more like it. I don't think I want to double bin Conchu with Blade. Could just get the Morbius down. It's more resource efficient. Chamber. If you had a choice over a season and a few characters in it, who and what would you choose? I don't know that I feel like we've exhausted my personal knowledge of Marvel lore enough to this point that I'm not a good person to ask that question to. Replacement for Weapon Age. Yeah, you probably just want to play a good discard deck without it. I think we're about done with this one. Or like finish this one up and take a look at our shop here and then play something else. Permission to copy this deck and play it on the ladder. Only if you enjoy losing. If you enjoy losing, fire it right on up. Oh, I've made a terrible mistake. My old neighbor moved out who always had a MAGA flag up front, and the new person moving in just put up one that says, execute justice, not people, and a sign with a big Trump crossed out. God bless Poop Dollar. Yeah, I count myself very grateful that both of my boomer neighbors are very reasonable in the political space. All right, so Redshift is gonna bid both of these, and then Kanchu gets to bring both of them back. Yeah, sounds great. They still haven't used Chamber yet, so we're probably losing the left. There's a chance we win the other two spots, though. Not guarantee, but a chance. JK. LOL. The Chamber ramp deck is very good. Wait, do I win if we land center? I win if this other one lands center, yeah? Do we? No, I lied. I'm wrong. Counting. Counting, not even once. Counting, not even once. Poor Colonel America. I would say I should have played him center, but in reality, if I had played him center, Cosmic Ghost Rider would have tagged him too. So he was dead either way. What's your favorite board game recently? In the small amounts of spare time we have to play board games, my wife and I have really been enjoying a number of different roll and write games. There's one called, I think it was Dinosaur Island, maybe? No, that can't be. I think Dinosaur Island's something else. There was some dinosaur roll and write we've been playing recently, and then another one called Three Sisters. I've enjoyed both of them. Nicholas Scratch. Oh man. I'd have to think long and hard about that one, champ. I'm not really buying as many Snap Cosmetics anymore these days, but that's I do enjoy Nicky Boy, and he doesn't really have any variants, right? I don't think I have a variant currently. Bad Aurora one. I like the one we have more, but that one's not a bad piece of art. That's currently the only Scratch variant available. Okay, that matches my memory. Reminder to go claim your free 100 credits on the Marvel Snap web shop after the old rollover. I am looking forward to the fantasy variant for Kitty. Absolutely. Sewed you Infinity Mittens. Spider-Punk is a complete no-show in my store. I've seen many repeats too. I feel like, I don't know, I can't test it because like I'm complete, but I feel like anecdotally, I feel like I've had a lot of people, I think there might be something broken with their ticker based on other things that they've broken in the shop recently. Like we've had broken borders in here. I feel like I've had a few people like Man Spider and a couple of others where they've like, I've seen multiple repeats. And if you see, when you see multiple repeats, do you mean 2 repeats on multiple cards, or like you've seen a single card 3 or more times? Because in theory, the shop can be functional where if you've seen a handful of cards 2 times and not seen the one you're looking for yet, because technically when it resets, they go in a different order when they reset. But if you've seen, you should never see the same card 3 times before you see everything that you don't own in your collection in your shop. It's like the TLDR. All right, gamers, the next hour of today's stream is sponsored by a game that I'm really looking forward to releasing. Arcites Endfield is currently in their closed beta test, and we played a little bit of it on stream, and I'm honestly kind of hooked. I've played a couple hours of it off stream too for their closed test. If you want an easy way to support my content hanging out for the next hour while we check this out, would be a great way to do that. I think we're going to do some more Snap after it since we've got a solid audience here this afternoon. If you're watching on the YouTube side and you'd like to help support, this one does only count viewers on the Twitch side, so I appreciate folks that jump over platforms to check it out. This is an anime RPG game that also has some team building aspects to it. Let's get this loaded up here. I played the original Arcites. I got a little burned out. I'm hoping this one is good. So my understanding is the original Arcites was like a tower defense game, yeah? Very, very different style of game than this. So this is like a fully voiced 3D open world with exploration and base building type stuff. Using the same IP, but actual gameplay wise is fairly different than I guess base building is somewhat similar to tower defense. Yeah, I like the characters. All right, I was right here. The original circuitry of this machinery is completely fried. Intervention is required. It's a puzzle type game. I stopped here last night because I thought this might be a puzzle type game, so I wanted to start here on stream today while I was playing this, getting set up. Is it closer to Genshin? Yeah, I would say probably more similar to other open world RPGs. The base building aspect of it seems like most unique. Like there's some material farming that's similar to survival base building games, and then you like construct and combine different things together to produce other materials that you use around the world and in quests and stuff. This one's going to be launching. I think their closed test said it ends in 3 or 4 days. Then it launches fully open, free to play at the end of January. Repair and reconstruct damaged Originium circuits, move and rotate components from the right, and then place them on the circuit board to provide the number of grids needed by each row and column. Alright, so... I have a thing here. Oh, the thing on the right is a hint. Got it. Okay. Okay. So the goal is there's 2 dots, so I need 2 dots down, 2 dots across. So you need one on each. Got it. Okay. So that was a good start us to ramp us up. So I need 3. And then this one is relatively straightforward. Okay. Make an H. So I assume there will be more of those as we go out and explore.
Welcome to Endfield Industries.
That's a lot of new messages.
Booting up.
Someone save us! The Valley Fort! So many landbreakers! Help!
I feel like we should have had someone watching this email box sooner, chat. This feels important.
Too much noise, scumbag.
The Valley Fort seems to have fallen. That landbreaker, was he trying to taunt us? An LB mob raided Andre's basement labs. Another group attacked the Originium byproduct processing center. And then there's this group.
It seems like while our comms were down, the Landbreakers launched simultaneous attacks at multiple key locations throughout Valley 4.
I'll have simultaneous attacks across an entire region. This doesn't make sense. The Landbreakers lack the organizational capacity.
Gmail wouldn't even bother marking that as priority. So Landbreakers seem like a barbarian faction, and our lore so far is it sounds like someone is organizing them. We shouldn't just sit around. Let's go and crack some heads.
Agreed. We need to act and respond in kind.
Crack some heads.
I say it's time for the Enfield counterattack. Before we made our landing, I had Dijong contact all combat operators in the surrounding regions to reinforce our position. One of them is a landbreaker specialist. His last reported position is just nearby. We shall rendezvous with him on our way to the Valley Fort.
Wait, Endman. Before you set off, I actually have something for you.
Press D-pad left to view other AIC factory actions. Gear assembly screen. What's the mod station? Yeah, gotcha style character collection. Although one of the things that's interesting from the character polls on this is a lot of other gacha style games, there's like some type of booby prize like weapons as the base thing you pull in their loot boxes, and this one actually has 3 tiers of characters that you pull, with the lowest filler still being characters that you can build that are like fully voiced and get purposes on team. So there's 4, 5, and 6-star characters, with 4s being you get 9 of them per 10 pull with 1 5-star. And then I don't know what the exact is. Usually it's every like somewhere between 60 and 100 depending on how the game system works. You get the top priority one. Use the AIC to assemble various kinds of gear to improve the operator's combat. Oh, we've got okay. We're still being somewhat tutorialized 4 or 5 hours in. Wood can be gathered from the wilderness, perform scans on trees. Oh, so we can craft gear, it looks like. Crust can be produced by placing ore in the refining units. That's part of the base building and construction. I wonder if there's not dungeon grinding for gear then. So, open up our people.
Ahead has been revealed.
The right side of the screen shows bonuses for various stats offered by equipping gear. Yep.
Such craft work. This precision.
Do you know if this has co-op? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Once equipped, tech tools automatically used by the operator and has criteria when met during battle. So do I have some of these? Oh, I do have one of these. Uses to instantly restore 300 HP. Once equipped, the item is automatically used. HP level drops below 60%. Oh, it's like a health item. Cool. Let me check my my list. I don't know that co-op was on here. I don't see co-op listed in my talking points for this one, but that doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't have it. But anybody in chat that's familiar with those, feel free to let me know.
Managed to find some pieces of gear from our stockpile, though they're not top-notch. Equipping... When the anchor came crashing down on us, I did my best to keep my cool and soldier on. But truth be told, my mind turned into a total mess. Your intervention helped us through the worst of this crisis. You also sped up our recovery and post-disaster relief work. It is my genuine wish, on behalf of the hub base and all site personnel, to express our everlasting gratitude for your help. Oh, and by the way, I actually planned a nice little reception for you. Once things get back on track at the base, Endman, Supervisor Perlica, never bite more than you can chew. And do not press a desperate foe. It's always better to be safe than sorry. You already did a lot for us, and people at the hub base only wish to see you return safely.
I understand, Director Chin. We all do.
You can count on me.
Alright. Let's go crack the lane breakers, huh?
Alright then. Good luck out there.
Every action taken by the Landbreakers.
Level 4. No, but there are multiplayer elements that allow for some level of interaction between players, and the developer have indicated potential co-op features in the future. Okay. Not currently on the launch roadmap.
Enfield Industries and even you, Administrator. I say it's time to go and reveal the truth.
There's a wall. It is not. It looked wall adjacent. Optional, make a piece of basic gear for operators. Oh, I guess we could go do that. This is our... Is this one our base up over here? Yeah. Oh, we already had some in there. Lovely. Do I have ore here? I do. Drag items from here. Yeah. Alright, so the gear building was in here, I think.
For optimal performance.
What's going on, Marty? Oh, I forgot to tag the Discord to say that we were doing some variety stuff. I should do that. Where was the crafting at? Was it in here? It popped us plants, products, gatherables, usables. It must not be that one. Was it? All right, so that shows that. View source, gear assembly. Okay. Ooh, okay. We figured it out. Basic armor, basic PPE, and I have enough to craft a couple of these. Haha. All right, and we need a couple more of these. Mine a gear pack. All right. There's probably a more efficient way to figure out those menus. We have successfully crafted gloves, though.
Such craft work. This
Get that, chat.
is rare.
She even likes our gloves. We're so good at this. All right, so we're heading out that way. It looks like it's walkable.
All the Aldertone's work I've known. Something seems to warrant closer scrutiny.
A very timely reminder.
So many landbreakers. They even built a camp.
They're sitting on the only way to the Valley Ford. I think they're here to block reinforcements.
Please don't kill me! Just give me a... Our rising clan does not need gutless cowards!
Oh, look, he took care of one in advance for us.
The boss wants warriors! Disciplined warriors! Disobey, and you die! Like this one! Enemies! There! Kill them! Show them the power of the clan!
They are blocking our only way. Take them down, Chen.
Sterilize this area. Here's our chance.
So the combat is, it's not rotational team based, like I would say,
I sense danger. This one won't
like
go down
Genshin is,
easy.
but you have 4 characters and you can switch which one is your active that you're controlling, but you call out abilities. See, there's one ability and one ultimate for each of the characters on the triangle circle. Yeah, I think it was more similar to how Zenless Zero plays out a little bit. So I have, there's stagger bars in here, and I have a skill bar at the bottom here. And then there's some dodging timing windows type things.
Your end awaits.
The bottom bar under the health is the stagger bar.
More LBs? Careful, Perlica. These mobs are something else.
Oh, we got some lady assassins.
A brave one. Impressive. You must be the legendary administrator. Catello Wolfgard Lupino, formally reporting for duty, administrator.
The Wolf Guard with the U.
That's how Supervisor Perlica usually introduces me. 2 words that go straight to the point.
Wolfguard is an Enfield Specialist Tech Division operator. He's an expert.
Really? Is the audio
in
being weird?
combat, solo
All right, hold on. Let me toggle something.
and breaker issues.
Tell me if that
You
does
can
it.
trust his skills.
I'll probably have to wait till we get some sound
Listen,
effects.
Wolfguard. Pointing your gun at a fellow Enfielder is never acceptable. Have I made myself clear?
Don't point your guns at the boss or anybody else.
Apologies, Supervisor Perlica. It was an emergency, and I failed to notice the administrator. It won't happen again.
I will hold you to that. Valley 4 is in a state of emergency, and the crisis team requires your assistance.
I'm on it. The Bone Crushers have sabotaged the devices for controlling the bridge, and severed the power cables. These raiders only focused on raiding and looting in the past. Such actions are too well thought out.
The range of accents in this game is wide.
This control panel's busted. Those LBs might have stripped its parts off.
The power issue is something we can handle. The automation core will give us an easy fix.
Is the audio still being weird? I toggled how it was processing through. You hear the dialogue? Is it quiet? I don't know why it would be funky. That sounds fine to you. Okay, I'll turn it up a little bit if it's maybe a little on the quiet side. That might be too loud inside of combat though. I guess I could adjust that. Oh, I have a ticket. And they're giving me... What is it telling me to do?
The battlefield shows no mercy for mistakes. We must hone our skills with true
That is okay, combat weird. Let me know if the combat's still weird. There's some physics on that first character there for sure. Oh, the 6 stars. The 6 stars are very physics-based, it would appear. Some of them at least.
Decides who lives and who dies in battle.
Oh, that's what it was giving me. Okay, so I got a. It gave me a thing for that. Got it. Okay. These are how your characters pop out of their tubes.
Catello Wolfgard Lupino.
Oh, hey, look at that. I wonder if that's guaranteed or not. I think it said it added him to our party regular. This is just like an extra copy of him. Ooh, we got a 6-star, chat. Look at that. We found some physics. I think that's the second 6-star on my account.
Last bright. Just call me that.
Ooh. This game out yet? It's not. So their closed test is running through, I think 3 or 4 more days. Shout out to them for sponsoring this segment of the stream today. I've been playing a bit of this off stream too. I'm definitely planning to dig into this both on and off stream once it drops. End of January, it's gonna have the full release. No, there's gonna be a reset, which is part of the reason why I haven't dug into it a ton. So like we won't get to keep our friend we just looked into there.
Path ahead.
What? And I hope that our battles may bring about peace.
So how do we help by not downloading? Just hanging out for the sponsored segment here today. Yeah, it's not open for anybody to download just yet. Insufficient power.
The switch isn't working. It's out of juice.
We must reconnect it to an electrical grid, like the one provided by the PAC.
Alright, return to the AIC area. Oh, I can teleport there, yeah. I think we can run power from there too here.
Hi, folks. The hub-based crew has prepared several relay towers for us. Let's use them to connect the bridge to the grid.
Okay, so L1. So we need to... That's the first of the relay towers. I am playing with the controller, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna release natively on PS5, I believe. I'm an old man with arthritic hands, so any of these active games that I can play on my gamepad, I always do. All right, so place. All right, and I think I can walk up to this one and run power from it, if I recall correctly. Oh, and I could have run this much further, actually.
The cable is too short, Edmund. We must deploy more relay towers to relay the electricity to the bridge.
If it were up to me, I'd tell the engineering division to make longer cables.
Alright, that probably gets us there. Other than the abysmal battery life, the PS5 controller is my favorite gamepad I've ever put my hands on. And games like this one even work with the feedback in the triggers is just such a huge QOL for making you feel like you're actually playing the game, or actually a part of the game. So good, tactile response on them. And for people that haven't used a PS5 controller before, the triggers have resistance in them, and they read like 0 to 100 instead of just on and off. Really, really lovely.
We now have a road to reach the Valley Pass.
Before we go, any intel on the Valley Pass?
Fiona, please update us on the latest situation.
Give me a moment. I'm sending you the algorithmic model.
Wanna be Kurt? Thanks for hanging out for almost, and supporting for almost 5.5 years. Welcome back.
Our current objective is the Valley Fort, an old forward base in Valley 4. Valley Fort has a bridge that leads straight to the power plateau. It is the main road connecting the hub to the plateau. Data logs indicate the presence of several settlements near the fort, but I can't verify if they're still around. The haze is obscuring our near-orbital visual analysis. You'll have to survey the site on your own.
Darn haze.
I've rescued a number of civilians nearby. From what they told me, key leaders of the Bone Crushers might be active in this area. There are also tracks even I do not recognize. such as strange-looking flames illuminating the skies at night. They are using some power. I am not.
Oh, someone asked me what was my favorite fastball special deck, by the way.
It's big.
There's a Nimrod deck in my decks list there that Penguinverse just pulled up. That is going to be a highlight with later this weekend. And we had played a zombie build last night that also felt pretty cool with Aurora. Operation value is system that integrates various features. Oh, there's some prizes in here. Oh, we've unlocked daily missions. Cool. I will say, I feel like this game's done a good job of tutorializing me. I've probably played 5 or 6 hours at this point, and it's still like slowly building up and explaining the systems as we go, as opposed to just overwhelming me with all of them at the start. I like that. Or claim all button. Look like it. Restore HP with 2 buck flower powder 2 times. Alright. Should we...
The path ahead.
Where do I configure my current party at? Oh, we got a new gear template too for crafting gear too. Let's swap Persilica out for our new 6-star friends.
Prepare to strike.
She got a big old sword. Did I have experience we could use to level her up to start?
The training must continue. I must
Wolfguard, got a question for you, but it might sound inappropriate.
If it's inappropriate, keep it to yourself.
Yo, come on! I just heard we have a Landbreaker specialist, and that he's from a Landbreaker clan. Are you?
My clan is called the Pack. Unlike the Bone Crushers, we are disciplined. We know when to dispense violence.
Oh, so that means Bone Crushers are bandit raiders, while the Pack are the heroic Wildland Rangers? Hey, do you smell something burning?
Smells like a Bone Crusher trick.
Where there was a way for me to dump experience into these characters. Oh yeah, perfect.
I'm so sorry.
Perfect.
The path
I
ahead.
think all of these are. Oh, she's not action. I was remembering correctly. Collected some experience. Everybody's at 20.
Path ahead.
She has. Or did I pull an extra copy of her? I think I pulled an extra copy of her. Ah, these are the equivalent of like constellations or extra bonuses for once you pull more than one copy of Dorks. There. Now she's level 20 like the rest of our friends.
This haze seems really dark and depressing. And what's that large thing way over there?
The dense tech.
I assume we're gonna learn what that is.
Dense techs
Asking
are
the real
structures
questions.
that mark Bone Crusher territories. The other Landbreaker clans also know them well.
Or it's like the
Crusher
pole they
chiefs
piss on.
also use these territorial furnaces as symbols of their power. They would burn everything they can pillage and leave their brutal mark upon the land. Dense techs can consume almost everything. Bone Crushers would use the haze to herald their invasion. Their rampage.
I can't wait
through
for this
the
game to come out. Yeah, I'm
frontiers
looking forward to it
always
too.
leaves a trail of smoking ruins.
This haze better not be poisonous. It's not, right?
It's aerosolized blight materials released by the dense tech.
Aerosolized
With
blight.
originating
Probably
devices.
sounds poisonous.
The Bone Crushers use it to hide their advances. It's part smokescreen, part weapon. But haze this dense and concentrated. it can definitely pose serious risks to the human body. Either energy is already uncontrollable. Looks like the Bone Crushers are getting...
The Blight is a form of hazard caused by the ether. Their relationship is like lava to a volcano. What Wolfguard said is true. Blight is extremely destructive.
So, what's the plan? Push through or find another way around?
We still don't know what's going on inside. I'll say we look for other options.
Sounds like he votes for going around. Look for another path. Okay. Can they cast Stomp? Ask
like
the real questions.
Let's take it.
Destructible environment.
We've had no updates from the UWST.
Hey, Fiona mentioned there may be people living in this area, but we haven't seen anyone.
It certainly is suspicious.
That looks like a shiny. Allurans are mysterious entities that emit strange sparkling lights that may be found during exploration. Active Alluran forms are unstable, exhibit a range of special properties. Some can move on their own, while others are good at hiding, can only be revealed by scanning. Submit Allurans at any TP point to receive items that can help exploration. Okay, so they're collectibles while we're out there. Let's pretend that didn't happen. You didn't see that one yet. She's alive and well, very clearly. Anybody telling you otherwise is lying. See what? Yeah, exactly.
Quick, before he gets real mad. Where the hell is that barrel? Where are those cursed fools?
Looking for the locals. Let's crack some heads. I'm here for the weeb goodness. Welcome, BB. Oh, I don't know that I like the slow cumbersome attack this character has. I like playing the one with the quick, fast sword.
The enemy probably has more than
More
one
dodgy
search
bob and
party.
weavy.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Oh, is the audio better now? Cool.
Over there.
It must have been so... OBS has a feature that lets me capture audio from specific applications that sometimes gets a little screwy. So I'm giving you my full desktop audio now. Yes, it was the first combat since I flipped it over, so if that sounded good, it should have fixed it. Thanks for that. Thanks for the heads up. Something screwy with OBS. The environments are very beautiful.
Hey, stop! Jeez, how's he running so fast?
The weak survive best by fearing and fleeing.
Please acquire authorization before trying again. I wanted to use the wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube band shit. Not authorized? Rude. Alright, don't fall off the pipes, because that's possible.
Something dangerous is up ahead.
Who's that? I'll crush you!
This stink. I smell the pack.
You know us? The pack says hello.
Oh, Wolfguard's got some fangs in those chompers ship.
You are no land breaker.
Then feel the fangs of the wolf.
Yeah, I think the short sword characters are my favorite ones to play. Nice and quick on their attacks. You can still cut me into the slower ones. Ooh, nice.
He pulled off a sleek move.
Like a flash, it struck. I shall sweep the rest.
Animals, furries, physics, the game has all. There are a lot of very furry characters.
Raging wind. I shall sweep the rest.
Take him out. Neferith. She'll
Higher density of ears and tails than the average anime game.
Neferith. I knew it.
Who's our friend?
A demented lunatic.
Oh, sounds lovely.
Neferith is notorious for her willingness to commit all sorts of madness. She has broken every single code of every Landbreaker clan.
So, she is the one behind everything?
The Bone Crushers were a mess constantly at war with themselves, but she managed to unite them all. This alone proves her power. The sudden appearance of Neferith is a mystery, but it is obvious that she has her own special skills and intellect. Careful, Landman. There may be Landbreaker traps around here. Better safe than sorry. I say we use incendiary weapons to burn this area clean.
Wait! Please! Please don't! I'm right here. I was just walking by. I don't know anything, and I certainly didn't hear anything.
Uh-huh, yep, sounds
So
likely.
you've got the guts to stroll past the pipe faces, but when it's us, you run and hide.
Cause this one looks like one of them.
You got good eyes, boy.
There's no need to be afraid. He's not like the others. You'll be safe around him.
He's our vampire.
Do you live in this area? Have you heard anything about Enfield Industries?
Industries? Factory people? You're from the UW. But you don't look like no Wooster to me.
Relax. We are a trusted partner of the UWST.
That means you're the good guys.
Yeah, we're from the corporation, shit. We're the good
Talos.
guys.
My name's Karja. Please, I'm begging you. You have to save my baby sis.
Calm down, Mr. Karja. How's your sister?
Those evil breakers nabbed most of our people. The rest of us had no choice but to hide. My baby sis is real sick. But we ran out of the UW medication. There was a factory across the bridge. So I snuck out, tried to find my way over.
That path is too dangerous. You'll never make it across with your life.
I know, but Ginny, she can't wait no longer.
Alright, we're gonna go help Jenny Gamers.
Can't see her.
Yeah, the Endman's right.
Well then, Mr. Karja. Please lead the way.
You'll help me? Really?
I'm taking the rear. Gotta make sure we are not followed.
Prizes. Ooh. Big old pack of prizes.
The trails here can be difficult to track.
Yeah. The path to the cave is very well hidden. The Breaker scum haven't found out about our place yet. They weren't here when I first came out. I don't know when and how they got so close. This is the place.
Karja? Why did you run off again? Your sister is sick and we got breakers crawling all over the place. Your place is here by her side, damn it.
Soth. I mean, Mr. Soth.
Who are these people behind you? You grew some nerves, Karja. You're not bringing every outsider you meet back to our place.
No, Mr. Soth. These are the good guys. They're here to help us. They even destroyed a band of Breaker scum, I swear.
They fought the breakers? And you brought them here? Oh, boy, you're gonna lead the breakers to us and they'll take revenge on us.
Karja? Is that you?
Ginny, I'm back. And I brought some extra hands.
Mr. Soth, we're from Enfield Industries. Karja told us you might need some help.
Enfield, you say? Huh. I'm in charge of this place, and I know you. Some of those UWST people mentioned your company.
Easy there, old man. we're really the good guys. Karja, that girl's your baby sis, right?
We didn't know when the Aripathy got to her. And we're out of meds. I don't know what to do.
We have a release date for this yet. End of January. I think the 22nd,
How are
Beansy.
you feeling? Can you tell me where it hurts?
Hi, Miss.
PC, PlayStation, and mobile, I believe.
Ginny, she told me that the rocks on her body hurt and her belly's hurting too. The pain gets even worse when she tries to eat. Last night, Ginny's temperature went feverish and sparks were going off next to her. It got me real scared.
Her condition sounds really serious.
Surface crystal formations, visceral compression, and uncontrolled sparkling of
There's
the arts.
rocks on her body?
These are typical
Surface crystals? That
symptoms
sounds
of
like
Arcites.
a...
But we still have time.
That's
How
so
long
far away.
should
A
we
month
take
does feel like an
medication?
eternity sometimes.
Nearly 2 weeks. We usually get our meds from the
Oropathy
Resubs.
is magic
Great
space rock
scum
cancer.
started attacking our place.
Good to know.
Those of us who survived escaped to this shelter. Unfortunately, we ran out of meds.
Saving lives is our priority. I have a few doses of...
Oh, look at her just having the medicine on her. Give Ginny the medicine. Oh yeah, look at that. Those are crystals on her arm. If you get cut by Iridium, you can get infected by it. Interesting.
Thank you. Thank you
Terrifying.
so much. I was worried sick about my sis. You Enfielders have been a blessing to us. We both owe you our lives.
It's all right, Karja. There is no permanent cure for Aripathy, but regular use of the suppressants will keep most symptoms under control. How is it, Ginny? Feeling better?
My pain isn't as bad anymore. Thank you, miss.
You should also thank your brother, Ginny. Karja risked his life to look for help outside. Your body still needs rest. You should go get some sleep.
Okay. I actually do feel quite sleepy.
Unfortunately, yes. When mining and using Originium, Aripathy is one of the hazards we must face. Active Originium can infect and harm an improperly protected victim, usually through the bloodstream and the circulatory system. We haven't found a way to completely cure
Hello, favorite
Aripathy.
5-year-old.
However, at least we now have highly effective suppressants at affordable costs.
You want to steal my headphones?
My history teacher told me that
Oh.
Aripathy positives
can
were once
read what they're
ostracized
saying.
in numerous places
I can
on
read what they
Terra.
were saying.
Many social issues were also caused by Aripathy.
Indeed.
I don't
Although
know how
Originium infection no
You can
longer
read some
leads
words.
to stigmatization
You bubblegum
or
words.
social problems
Yeah.
today,
Some bubblegum words I don't know.
don't stress over it, Endman. Even if you can't
Don't
remember
stress
the
over the
past,
toxicity,
know
Edmund.
that both
Don't
you and
stress
Originium have always
all
been fighting for our
over
survival on Talos too.
Daddy.
You can trust me on that.
Are you playing this game?
I am playing this game. All right, gotta talk to. All right, talk to the leader. All right, what's Soth gotta say?
Apologies. I didn't mean to be so harsh towards you Enfielders.
Can't live in a
Thank
cave
you.
The
forever.
state of hygiene and sanitation here won't help the sick get better.
I know, but
They don't have any other
don't have
options.
any other
Everyone's
options.
exhausted. Can we get them back to where we live?
can you stay?
We're on an important mission.
But we can't just leave these people.
Can we send them back to our?
Endman,
I have a plan, but we don't have enough information about this attack. Deploying more protocol facilities without knowledge can increase the risk of mission.
Can increase the risk of our
Jeopardize the
mission,
entire operation.
or even jeopardize the entire operation.
What's the usual
We
infield
would
approach? You should
shoulder the
consider the
risk.
risk.
I understand. Now, Mr. Soth,
Oh, can we build them a
Heading up through this
base?
cave tunnel will take us to a Wooster
No,
container
let's
park.
build you
but it's
a
now
base.
completely
Well, we can build a
infested by
base for these friends
breakers.
to live in.
Those
there's no need to worry about us.
Which
Yeah.
friend?
Time to make your place
These
breaker for.
people?
Those people, yep. How's this game compared to Genshin? It's got open world RPG type stuff. The combat is not quite rotation based, but you're still building teams of characters that combat and fight together. If you're familiar with Zenless Zone Zero, the combat's probably more comparable to that. Then there's, like I said, I wonder if they're gonna have us build these people base sets. It's building an outpost. So there's a base building component to the game. That's probably the most unique angle of it. Oh, we gotta clear these friends first.
What do you have to clear?
These are the bad guys.
That's them. Be careful. These monsters.
A sizable
Just
breaker
saying,
band.
be careful.
Bigger.
Yep, you gotta be
Typical
careful.
raiding
There are
party.
monsters up here.
They're building more of the smaller dance tags.
Can we
Or
risk a direct
not.
engagement?
Oh, you're dead.
If we
So we
strike
risk a
quickly
direct
enough,
engagement. Yep, let's get
All
them.
right, let's
Yeah.
make.
Is that a gotcha style game? Yeah, so completely free to play and will be monetized via pulling characters out of loot boxes. One of the things that I enjoy about this style of game though is usually they're not super PvP heavy, so we'll see. That's really like the question for me personally, whether or not a game I stick with it long term or not, is something that's kept me engaged with Genshin for so long is that you're mostly playing versus the environment, so like having
Daddy,
every character not very detrimental.
Daddy,
Yes, Haley.
you only have one character.
No, I have, see all these friends here? Like I can switch to this girl, or this boy, or this girl, or this girl. They all work together and fight as a team.
But sometimes you don't get to control all of them.
Yeah, so I pick one that I get to control. This girl's got sheep. She launches sheep at the opponents. Isn't that silly?
No second
But you can
chance.
switch to different
Done and
characters,
dusted.
but the other characters still
You're
play.
incredible.
Yep, they follow along with you
See?
to help
I
out,
told you, Mr. Sock.
which is
Those
fun because they're all a
breakers
team
really
together.
messed up this place. I gotta see if there's anything we can.
But how do you know
We can
which
use the
buttons
AIC
to press
factory.
for
The
the
Enfield
characters
designed
when
outpost is a
the
support node.
characters are not on the side?
This location seems
Yeah, I'll
to-
show you. See, the characters are over here in this corner as opposed to being on the side. So there's my 4 people that I have.
And it's in the bar next to it. That's how you that's how you get into that person.
Yep.
So bottom's the girl that you're playing right now. Which girl are you playing?
Gotta build base.
Gotta build a no one.
What type of arts is this?
What type of arts is this? I just blinked and it appeared out of nowhere. Asking the real
This thing
questions.
is huge. Is
That
that
push we're talking about
is
is
a
a sub pack. We
sub-KIC.
can build another
We
AIC
can build
facility
another
around it and
AIC
support the
factory
growth
around
of an
it. I've
actual
applied for
outpost.
an additional
We've
refining
applied
unit
for
since
additional
we need
refining
plenty of
units since
processed
we'll need
ore to
plenty
set
of
up our
processed ore to
outpost.
set up the
Incredible,
outpost.
Krillika. Always 3 steps ahead.
Excellent.
All right. This is just our very first.
I made my recon run. The Bone Crushers are
Bone Crushers are building more den stacks to spread their haze. They won't give up their
They
objective
won't
that
give up
easily.
their
Talking.
objectives that easily.
Are you reading?
There's a
Are you
trail
reading
behind the
out
hill
loud
over there.
what that's saying?
Raiders
Oh yeah,
will
that's true. I
probably
guess
attack
you're
again
hearing
from
it and
that
they're hearing it, so I can
direction.
just read it to myself.
Well, what did those land breakers come back?
Our next step is to construct some combat facilities. They will give us automatic fire support. Let's start with the most basic combat facilities.
We need the Iridium ore to make
We'll
a
need
raid
Iridium
crest.
ore to make Iridium crust. I don't think
What?
they'll have enough ore.
That means we won't be getting
It
any
means we'll be
combat
getting combat facilities. They teach some
Or should I teach them
swordmancy.
some swordmancy?
Don't worry, Chen.
Don't worry, Chen.
Enfield
Infield
Logistics
Logistics
Technology
Technology
had
has
that
that
fellow
covered.
Enfielders
Oh, I
at
wonder.
that base. If
Someone
let's go and
mentioned
take a
so
look at
the
the
original
output
game
for
for this
sub
IP
KC.
was like a tower defensey game, and someone mentioned that there is some like tower defensey sub gameplay here. So
Oh.
system feature wheel. Left panel shows components of the Valley Depot that has some Originium ore stored. Press circle to close this panel and learn how to automate logistics and mass produce Origini crust with Originium. So each output port of the protocol core can choose to unload one item, press X and select the empty slot. This panel displays items stored in the depot. So let's select the ore. Pack and subpack share similar function and both can be used as teleport points that automatically supply electron pylons with power. Learn how to use transport belts to automate production. Observe the subpack output port. Now that it has an outward arrow, it is an output port for transport and logistics. The refining unit has inward ports. Okay, so this is more of the base building component.
More of the base building component.
Hotbar.
Hotbar.
The belt must start.
The belt must start.
Transport belts must be connected to the output port. It cannot be placed on empty ground or red X crosses.
X crosses.
Now move the character and adjust with right stick. Haley, please stop repeating me. Yep. Confirm the starting point. All right.
Confirm the starting point.
The transport belt is directional. It must start and end at a refining unit. Okay.
The start is a phantom part in unit. What are you doing?
We made a belt. Look at that.
What's that?
It takes resources out of this machine in the center and puts them into our building here on the right. Then start placing the transport belt on the output port and move the original crust back to the facility. Oh, okay. So we're setting up like belts and conveyors and stuff.
Is one of your teammates playing one of the characters too?
Nope, this game is just me playing right now, so I'm walking this over. The originating crust are moved back to the depot. Press exit transport belt mode and open the refining panel.
Are you putting them back in the machine? Are you putting them back in the machine? Why are you putting them back in the machine? Hey, why are you putting them back in the machine?
Check the refining unit control. Alright, the control panel shows logistics of the facility. The left side shows the transport input belt port and the data facility material. Left side shows what's going on. The right side shows the output.
The left side shows the output.
Alright, so it's collecting the crust automatically here for us.
Daddy, why are you making them go back in?
Yeah, I think we're gonna do a little bit more step after we're done playing Arcites today.
Daddy, why are you putting them back in?
So that way we have the resources. Use the facility list to construct gun towers and place them in the backpack. A gun tower is a simple yet effective combat facility that can automate attack on enemies within range.
I want to go crazy.
As long as there are enough materials to use, you can select the number of facilities to construct in one go. Hold R2 to construct 3 gun turrets.
Daddy.
Yes, Haley.
I'm so bored because I want to stop the...
Can you go upstairs and help Mommy make sure that Mommy has everything set up for the party today?
Yeah, I know. I'll go... Wait, it's Mommy's here?
Mommy should be back soon. Otherwise, just make sure that it's cleaned up a little bit upstairs, okay? And if you need help, brothers can help you. Alright, we need to deploy gun turrets at marked locations.
We need to find a good, advantageous site for deploying the gun tower.
This place looks pretty neat.
I am going to... Daddy, can you switch to this, the top hole?
Right, so you need to go... Oh, and they're gonna need power as well. That makes sense.
Let's switch to that.
Hold on. Anyway, switch to that girl. All right, hold on 1 second, Haley. The gun tower is a combat facility that operational automatically attacks enemies within its range. After placing combat facility, the blue circle indicates the attack range. The combat facility automatically attack enemies within their range. Okay, so we need to place an electrical pylon to power the towers.
Press the
In
top.
the center.
Oh,
We need to
press
transmit.
this button.
Okay, hold on. You want me to switch to the girl?
Yeah.
That one? With the blue hair?
Yeah.
Okay. So now we need to transmit power. Not on the power grid. Okay, so we need to power the sub pack, the electric pylon by the gun towers. I think we can run enough. I think this is close enough that we can run this directly without needing another tower in between. If you will come on, someone asked me a question. It's another Genshin game. It has similarities to Genshin, but the really this aspect of it where you're like automating some processing and some building on top of the open world RPG definitely seems like
we also need to teach
the unique
soft
angle
people
that
how to use them.
it's taking. I'm curious to see how this fleshes out works. Like I thought we had already like got into the base building part, and now like we're like building gun turrets. There was some automation with stuff. Or some people like compared it to like Factorio or other games like that where you have lots of processing and stuff going on. So I'm curious to see how deep all that goes.
These are gun towers? They can rotate?
Can these turrets really stop the LBs?
There's movement on the hills. They're coming.
Revenge! Take back what is ours! All of it! And no prisoners!
Talos, save us! They're coming again!
Keep it together. Let our combat facilities handle them.
I can't believe this! We actually defeated the LBs!
Good royal use of the word "we" there, huh?
Ah! We won! Those scum-sucking scab eaters will never hurt us again!
Scum-sucking
tools,
scab
we can
eaters. I'm
break
gonna remember
and
that
turn
one
the
for when I need to
tables
insult
against
Twitch
the
chat in the
predator.
future.
Performance of our combat facilities has reached our expectations. Endman, we'll eventually turn this place into a proper outpost. Providing a steady supply of resources will grant this place basic subsistence. If we assign an Endfielder to offer on-site support, the AIC factory can operate more effectively and handle more tasks.
The outpost and resources. Dear Enfielders, can you let us stay here for a while? Given the number of breakers nearby, people will feel a lot safer living as a community. Other straggling refugees of the Valley Pass could also find their way to this outpost.
Of course. That's why we built it. We built it for you, bud.
Indeed. This is what we aimed for when we designed the outpost. Although the place isn't exactly the frontiers, our outposts should also serve as a reliable shelter when necessary. Mr. Soth, can I ask you to be our local liaison? We need someone to help us monitor the outpost's conditions. We can use the sub-PAC to offer you support. Just give us a list of what you need on a regular basis. Enfield will take care of the rest.
Gotcha. It feels like filling out a catalog order form in the cities. I got this.
Why don't we give it a try right now?
Alright, open the feature wheel. Right stick to open regional development. The objective of Enfield is to develop various regions across Talos to the Outpost Development Project Essential Process. Oh, we're going to have multiple outposts post 2 here. This shows all matters associated with regional development and the newly established outpost management system. We have successfully established contact with the refugee camp outpost. Goods can now be supplied to this outpost to support its development. Select goods. South has put together a list of supplies required by the outpost. Let's deliver the Origity Cross. Okay. Every supply takes a specified quantity of Arcites from the local stockpile and delivers them to the outpost. The amount of goods can be adjusted here. Each supply of goods will be compensated with Valley stock bills. There's a love good Valley stock bills. The amount of stock bills exchangeable from this outpost cannot exceed its current stock bill savings. Press X to complete a transaction of goods. Okay. We successfully earned this Valley outpost stock bills. The outpost gained prosperity. Okay. This shows the amount of stock bills acquired. The outpost gets a little more prosperous when the goods are successfully delivered. Its prosperity is earned in trade. Once the outpost earns enough outpost prosperity, its level can be raised to expand its size and increase its trade payments. Okay. Ooh, we got some prizes. Excellent. Level 1, level 2, not yet reached. Besides using, we could also talk to the outpost manager to open the outpost management screen.
Request successfully received. The types of supplies we can allocate right now are still rather limited, but more would become available as we progress.
So by supporting your work, this place can become a proper shelter. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Feels like a huge rock being lifted off my chest.
But we still have potential threats lurking around. You seem familiar with this area. Know any secret trail to get inside the Landbreaker camp?
What? You're going to the Breaker's lair?
We're on a mission.
I see. There's an underground ventilation shaft. We used it once to escape the raiders. It might get you there. Daniel, run along and remove the barricade in the tunnel. Now we got some serious professionals on our side. Them pipe faces better start praying for their lives.
Pipe faces is an appropriate insult based on their costumes.
Terrorized us for long enough. Time for us to give them a nasty surprise.
Alright, gamers, appreciate folks that checked out Arcites Enfield with us here. I'm really looking forward to this one. This one releasing at the end of next month. I've enjoyed my time playing it both on and off stream in their tests. Shall we snap a little bit more this afternoon before we call it an eve for Christmas Eve? Have an end roll. Releases next year. The end of January next year. So not that long. Have an end roll. We get things kicked back over to Snap, huh? All right. Uh-oh, my stamp is hung on launching, chat. Come on, Steam. Come on, Steam. You can do it. I believe in you, Steam. There we go. Let's take it a minute. Take it a minute to wake up. All right, I owe one viewer deck submission that we didn't get to the other day. I feel a little want to make sure we do that because we got distracted by new card releases and stuff. I have a request to make a dog themed deck. What are the dogs that currently exist in Marvel Snap? We have Lockjaw obviously, and we have Cosmo. Are there any other dogs that exist in this game, or is it just these two? Fenris, okay. Werewolf by night, okay. Sparky, okay. And we can fill in the others with cards that make sense. Are there any other actual factual dogs? Wolfsbane. Yep. I think Wolfsbane absolutely counts. Any other doggos proper that we're missing? Just gonna get Merlin in here. He's absolutely needed. Wolfsbane goes under cards I forgot existed for 500. Absolutely. 110%. Merlin, no doggo supporter. All right, so what else are we doing here to make this deck functional alongside the dogs? I need some ways to break things for Fenris Wolf. Yeah, we need a way to enable Fenris. What about like Gladiator plus Shang? Those are honor reveals for Werewolf as well. What's another reasonable card we can play that moves for Sparky? Oh, yeah. We can do Prowler and then a couple other cards that move to enable him. What about, like, Spider-Man?
Daddy.
Yes, Haley girl.
Declan was climbing on Jacob.
Declan is climbing on Jacob. Tell them they need to not wrestle or they're going to be in trouble. You're a good boss. Close the door. Haley likes to let her brothers know they're going to be in trouble. Is Spider-Punk better? So Spider-Man moves Werewolf by night, which is appealing to me. Yeah, probably some type of cheap thing. I probably just want like a 1 energy on reveal, right? Oh, web slinging's a fun call out. Yeah, this lets me enable. This enables Prowler. It jumps to Werewolf. Yeah, I like that. It enables, kind of ties the whole room together. Lockjaw is kind of scuffed here. We don't really have good things to flip into, but he's part of the theme, so we gotta keep him. Thank you for the biddies. Appreciate that. Merry Christmas to you and yours as well. Well, this is a truly annoying set of locations for us. Merlin can hopefully help us get rid of some of these raptors. Alright, that's what we're looking for. I get this into this. And then Gladiator could hopefully grab us something to do with Fenris. Alright, so what if I do this? And then this. Oh, they did discard to enable our Fenris, didn't they? And then this. And then I think I want to activate Fenris this turn so I have the most points in play so I can try and Cosmo their Dark Dimension next turn. I think I heard a murder. It does sound like the children are wrestling, believe it or not. Shocker, shocker, I know. I think it's this. This will end the werewolf here. Winnable, really. Dog head center like this. Yeah, I think it's fine. Oh, actually, the dog has a potential to not. No, yeah, it does end center, right? Because he jumps to wherever Spider-Man is. Yeah. Okay. Okay, weapon H there. I gotta imagine Cosmo means we win the center, yeah. Oh! Unlucky. Would have won with Prowler here. GG opponent. I guess we should have ended the dog left. So close, yet so far away. Should have Prowler gamers. Someone's asking about Spider-Man versus Spider-Punk in our deck building. And not only does this one enable Werewolf when Spider-Punk does it, but Spider-Man on 2 means we can Prowler on 3 to get his 2 skills as zeros. Which means on 4 we'll be able to enable White Hot Room, which is sick. I'm gonna play Pete here because I want him to end here ideally.
Neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I think I want the guarantee Pete lands in one of these two, rather than the off chance that they have a what's it called to play here, Steric. If that makes sense. If you haven't kept up with Snap, Prowler is one of the sweetest designs they released this year. He gives you 2 out of 3 possible Thieves tools, and if you had a card move on the previous turn, they're free instead. Flight Harness relocates a thing. Remote Mind gives you 4 points essentially, and then Vibro Shock gives you extra energy and some more stats. Really fun, flexible card. I have a question, because I'm making a Marvel Snap top cards video of the year. Skills were only introduced this year, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Yes, okay. That'll be a good talking point in general then.
There's no strings on.
Oh my goodness! Wait, and I still win Asgard? Holy! Call the ambulance, but not for me. Absolutely cooked. They could be a Killmonger deck. All right, what are we doing here? We might be locked in here with them, Moon. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure things are looking great for the home team here. So Sparky is gonna slide Pete over to here, and then Polymorph's gonna polymorph Sparky. That does not block our Sparky move. Oh, we're sliding Gladiator. We are. Wait. Are we not? Oh, it's trying to slide him back this way. I was thinking we were moving it here. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that works out fine. I have web slinging here. I'm ending on this, so I can reposition that way if we want. Yeah, I think we need to beat Onslaught, right? I think it's this. I think it's this. We're good. Yeah, we're good. Because we missed on the Shang, but we're still winning the game. Cute. Cute! Look at our adorable 3-8. Chat was, they were talking shit about our Wolfsbane. She's so lovely, chat. Don't make fun of her. She's doing her best, okay? Oh, I thought by 3-8 they meant Gladiator. Wow, Steric, she's right there. How could you possibly commit this Wolfsbane erasure? This is Wolfsbane erasure happening live and in real time on the screen. you're just joining us, or you're wondering what this pile of cards we're playing is, this was a viewer build-around submission for play all the dogs contained in Marvel Snap. It's relatively cohesive other than Lockjaw being a little out of left field, I think. I think we did a good job building something functional here.
I am reborn.
If you just made a Who Let the Dogs Out reference, I just want to make sure you remember to take an aspirin for your back. Watch this pull like Weapon H. Time yourself out, something like that. Jen, it's fine. I have Sparky, or I have Shang-Chi. Everything's gonna be all right. Wait, does this work how I want it to? I think it does, yeah. This makes a second Sparky, and then it tucks, so that it makes you. Oh, it took all of them, right? Is how this would work. Would it give me? It would give me 6 extra energy next turn. Maybe I do that going into the last turn. What if I go polymorph into Gladiator here? Our Gladiator is batting 100 so far in this match. Silent, thank you for the almost 6 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. You know, it's just this, isn't it? I think it's just this. As sad as it makes me.
Power must be controlled.
I think we're dead, yeah. I don't see any lines here. Yeah, Shang doesn't even win the bar. It'd be 12-16 there.
Escape.
We can try and roll bar with Totem. I suppose that's technically true. Could have been a possible out. Cancun could have done it. I think we still lose if we hit Cancun there. I didn't count it, but they had a lot of points in the other two locations, so even if I shake the man. All right, and assuredly, after betraying me last game, Gladiator would never betray me this game, right? Ooh, now we're doing that there. I was gonna Gladiator over here, but now I get to kind of have our cake and eat it too. Just wait this way. If he screws us, it's not a big deal. Furco, I have in a minute here. Please hold. Please hold. This gets me a surge currently. So they didn't use Maverick, so we're probably getting, like, what's it called here? You know, what's his nuts? I want to Cosmo the center, because this is where they want to Galactus us, yeah? Would I rather play Sparky this turn or Merlin? I think it's Merlin. I think it's Merlin. Oh, Captain Carter with the perfects on the 9 points. Sedge. Aztec, thanks for the over 2.5 years. Welcome back. What if we Spooderman her? Sounds a little personal, chat. Oh, man. So close, and yet so far away. When you stop their brood from being 50 power, and it's still not good enough. Unlucky. All right, we take a brief pause for the cause, let a couple adverts roll, and then we'll play some more with our doggy friends when we get back. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you enjoy the content here. However many days a week that we're here, make sure you snap the like button on whatever you're watching right now. Man, I want to talk about things YouTube does that's terrible. YouTube has now forced upon content creators won't sort comments by the newest comments in your channels anymore. It sorts them by, what does it call it? Most relevant. And it uses some type of bullshit AI algorithm to determine what comments it thinks are relevant. So half the time when I miss a comment from people on the YouTube side, it's because I forgot to toggle it from most relevant to newest, so I can actually see everything. I think that's my, like, I don't think AI is going anywhere. We need to learn to live with parts of it, and people find it useful as a tool. But I really hate all of these companies that are just like all in on AI-fueled bullshit speculation, like shoving these tools down our throats that like make my life worse. I'm sure it's useful for some people, but I just like really wish I would stop having AI tools forced on me in spaces against my consent that make my workflows more cumbersome than they previously were. Yeah, give me. I'm sure it's useful in some spots, and I might be inclined to use it if it had opt-in options in places, but it really just isn't how it's being used in most spots. Spent more time stripping AI additions against my consent out of different software and operating system places than I have actually using the tools at this point. It's a 6 Spider-Man variant. He is down to disco for sure. Lovely. Get all our doggos revved up and ready to go. This might be an angle where I Prowler on 3 and then Wolf plus a 1 on 4. Our Shang-Chi probably not going to be hyper useful against the Bast Agent Venom deck. How's this for adorable? We slide the wolf pup in, we slide the wolf pup out, we slide the wolf pup in, and we shake it all about. Oh, hey! A target-rich environment for Shang Cheezerson. The Nexus! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yes, yes.
I am Iron Man.
Yikes! I think we're cooked, gamers. I think we're cooked. Close, honestly. Very, very close. 2 points off. If we would have tied 30, we would have been short. I suppose, and this would have worked out. Maybe I'm supposed to Spider-Man here, actually. Yeah, Spider-Man. I'm like, in my brain, I was like, Spider-Man mid is only like pulling 3 out, and he's only worth 3. But it would have pulled at least 6 out, and it could have pulled a whole lot more, yeah? The disruptive element on this card, Spider-Man and Uncle Ben spawning Spider-Man from Uncle Ben are always cards that, like, when I play them in random decks like this, I'm like, man, that's a really good disruptive effect. It's only good if we predict the Iron Man, though. I mean, we knew they had Demon, so, like, at worst, he was taking 3 points out for, like, 3 points himself, and, like, the opponent's deck is regularly an Iron Man deck. Like, it was 1 in 3 to grab a Demon at a minimum. Oh my goodness. Okay, you all, I can't just read this to myself, chat. So someone posted this in the Discord server this morning, and I've scrolled past it now. You know Lasher and Toxin and Venom and Annie, Scream and Misery and Scorn and Agony, but do you recall the most murderous symbiote of all? Carnage, the Blood Red Killer, had a very angry host, and if you ever saw him, you would turn into a ghost. All of the other symbiotes used to fight and call him names. They never let poor Carnage join in any murderous games. Then one foggy random night, Null came down to say, Carnage, with your lust so blood, will you kill so I can be a god? Then how Clintar loved him as they shouted out in one voice, Carnage, the Blood Red Killer, you've eliminated all choice. Do 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 do. I don't know the origin of that. Another Jellybean Warlock posted it in the supporter Discord server, and now you all have to hear it. Excellent, excellent. Are privileged to hear it is the words you're looking for. Yes, exactly that. Sorry, apologies. That's what I meant to say. Privileged to hear it. I think this is a Prowler on 5 game. Ooh, that's a piece of candy if I ever saw one. Holy, thank you, Merlin. Thank you very much. Getting back Marvel Boy's not very useful. Do I want a web sling or do I want to once in future for energy? I don't think I need the energy with this and with his skills being free. Oh, you know what I could do? I could reanimate the stone, once in future the stone, Prowler this, and then polymorph the Fenris. That's the line. Get it, got it good? Get it, got it good. Okay, cooked. Cooked! That is not the Shang-Chi I wanted for Christmas, chat. There's a soul stone anyways. Wow, I would appreciate if you could just let me lament how unlucky I am rather than bringing a little thing like reality into the discussion. Thanks. No, Jeff, it's not reality, it's soul stone. Okay, so I can play my zeros and then all 3 of my 3s. I think this works. I think this works. I think this works.
There's no strings on me.
No! Rip. Overcommit another 8. Flipped heads. Should have flipped tails. Ended the dog. Left and should have ended it. Could I have moved the dog enough to win the center? I think I could have actually, yeah. Maybe that's the play. As we end the dog center and then play for left to the right. God, Werewolf is such a good card, chat. It's easily just like one of the best designs in Snap. And that's why Whirlin and Prowler are some of the sweetest cards to release this year, because they work really well with this one. Just like one of the tops. The games with this deck have been surprisingly close given the meme build around requirement. I'm glad Werewolf by Night made its way back to a 3-3. Absolutely. There was a meme build around, right? This looks like it's build with all dogs, which is why Lockjaw is here. I agree. Other than Lockjaw, this deck is like pretty cohesive. Like Lockjaw and Wolfsbane are like the kind of suspect ones. Sorry, earmuffs. Marvel Snap format Sable Wolfsbane. Earmuffs. A little bit dipped here, unfortunately. I thought we'd gotten past the Wolfsbane erasure. Yep. Lovely. Yeah, Sparky's like one of those cards where you're like, it's probably not optimal here, but like when you look at the deck, you're like, I see the vision. You're not like this is dumb. What is it doing here? You're like, okay, sure. I see what we're aiming for, basically. I'm gonna chill on this one for now. Maybe I want to save this for the last turn. What does 6 energy next turn get me? 6 next turn. I'm gonna play Merlin. I'm probably like Merlin plus a 2 next turn, right? So I think I wait on that. Something Wiccan comes this way. Phew! Hopefully we draw Fenris this turn. Unlucky. Okay, we're tying left now, which is nice. It says 15 versus 15 only. I don't know. I think we're dead. They might not have that many points here. We're gonna have a pretty big point swing this last turn, yeah.
Power must be controlled.
Oh no, we're good, yeah? And then this slide's here. Sweet.
Victory.
That worked out. Inviction, thanks for over 3 years. Hey Jeff, I missed yesterday's stream because of something with work. How's the new card? She's really gas. There's 2 Aurora highlights up on the YouTube channel now, and there will definitely be another one tomorrow, and then probably 1 or 2 more over the weekend. He's a really, really sweet build-around card that's competitive and fun. Can regularly pump somewhere between like 16 and 20 points out of her, which is guess. Thanks, glad you. Yeah, she's sweet. There'll be a bunch of sweet deck lists. We'll definitely have a roundup on her with a bunch of deck lists for the roundup for the best decks this weekend. All right, gamers, it's almost 3 o'clock here, so we're gonna wind down today. I'm gonna poke at a little bit of Dark Legion rolled out their Christmas time event. I'm gonna poke around in that here real quick, and then do a little bit of my PvP battles in my favorite character collector game. I'm a comic book characters enjoyer. I will be off tomorrow on Christmas. We'll be back on what's it called after the fact, Friday after the fact. Doozy, thanks for the membership on the YouTube side. I appreciate that. The holiday event here is relatively typical for this. So one thing that's nice to see here that I didn't realize at first is when you're sending the gifts from these events, is you can actually look in here to see who has sent you how many gifts. So usually I just send gifts back. There's people have like sent me ones in the past, but like Alpha 1 here has sent me a bunch, so I'm gonna send them a bunch back here. It works out really well. Something else when you're min-maxing the events in this game is you actually get presence on occasion from doing things inside of the anti-crime network. So when you're collecting these extra intel point things, usually you want to save them for the week that these events are up that they usually run once a month. So that way you're more likely to get these gifts when you spend them out of it. So I think Thursday or 2 days, 1 or 2 days is intel point day. So you want to save those for that on the Supreme Commander. And there's a little loot box tree here. Spin our slot machine a couple of times. And this one is just purely random what you're getting with the prizes out of it, with the one thing to kind of check here is that when I hit 10 of these cookie men, if we have enough for the day, I think I want to stop because you can get bonuses for getting 10 of those each day. Although I assume it says it's a question mark. I assume it was a different one they'll want you to get tomorrow. Will be a stream between now and the year? Yes, absolutely. I'm taking tomorrow off for Christmas proper, but then I'm gonna pretty much have my normal Monday through Friday schedule throughout the next week and a half or so. Ooh, can we get another one? Oh, we missed. We got 2 of the same, so we get some extra presents. We got a few of these left. Let's see if we can get one more cookie today. Nice. Okay, cool. And then usually I prioritize just maxing out the pulls out of here. So I got the 2 things of cheap shards. I don't think I'll get those. Usually I save up and I get either these extra badges or afterburners can be good too. These are a very premium resource. So either this or this. It's what, 240 per. So I get like 5 of these for one of these. So probably do these, and if there's room after, we'll get afterburners or something here. Crack these. Ooh, I got 21 teddy bears too. Let's upgrade that. And some extra mementos. All right, let's crack some nerds in Meta Brawl here real quick. Probably run all 12 pointers up this early. Yep, my number is markedly bigger than theirs, so this should be very easy. Oh, that's funny. I have the voice lines on, but I have the sound effects off. It's funny. Just the characters talking while people die. This is closer to my power level, but I think we type match this okay. John Jones is pretty good against Constantine. And I want to put John, he's a little bit more durable than him overall because of the extra damage reduction from this. So I want to put him in the front right, so that way John is hitting him. So both these teams have a lot of durability. The question is, do I survive John's first ult? So he ulted, everybody got low but didn't quite die, and then once they get shields up, they're probably clear. Yeah. That's usually how my fights with that team go into that one. As long as we survive John's ult, we're good to go. And then again, I'm switching this back because I want these 2 to hit him. He's the more durable. This team's pretty good against assassins. A lot of early defense and then outlast him. Yep. Yeah, a couple more here. Ooh, that might be out of reach here. It's actually kind of close. Their ship is markedly better than mine, but their characters are a bit weaker overall. Let's try it. Let's go. This one could break either way. We might die here. My swamp thing died before he could ult there. I think he didn't get to deal any damage. Yeah. Oh, did John die before he ulted too? He might have. Jones might have died before he could ult as well. Easy 14-pointer here to close out. All right, gamers. I hope everybody has a Merry Christmas or a Happy Wednesday or wherever you're at in the world, depending on what you're doing. Appreciate everybody that hung out through the end of the stream today. I'll be back on Friday. Hope you enjoy your Thursday and your holiday. Peace, folks.